news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start with Bloomberg this weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. Watch, listen, stream.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
Breakout we have all perhaps long awaited, finally realized we'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto. The people,
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
When news breaks, this was going to be a complicated report. Bloomberg has you covered. SpaceX, second quarter revenue, $7.8 billion. For all the context and fair review. A lot of speculation. What could happen with Tesla? Hear it first on Bloomberg. Welcome back to Horizon's Middle East and Africa. Turkey's central bank has decided to resume weekly repo auctions at its 37% policy rate. The move is a step towards normalizing funding conditions as officials bet the worst of the Iran war's economic fallout has passed. The bank has previously switched to an overnight lending rate of 40% in response to uncertainty that was triggered by the war. However, the central bank has not specified when the auctions will restart. Singapore's Prime Minister Lawrence Wong has announced a package of childcare benefits to support families. This comes as the Lion City grapples with a record low birth rate and rising concerns over the cost and pressures of raising children. Wong used his National Day rally speech to announce that each child will receive the equivalent of about $55,000 in direct assistance through the age of 17. And the red Tiangong Ultra made by Beijing-based X-Humanoid has beaten Usain Bolt's world record in the 100-meter sprint at the World Robot Games in Beijing. Chinese media is reporting that the humanoid robot won the race in 9.39 seconds during the game's opening ceremony. The games featured 1,300 competitions and 666 teams, joining more than 2,000 humanoid robots from around the world. Now, a quick look into where risk assets are sitting before we head to the break. Everything is in the red. S&P futures still 110 lower. NASDAQ Dow Jones also dropping. And Euro Stoxx 50 futures flat this morning. And then we take a look at Brent crude and NY crude, and those two are dropping this morning as we await that press conference from Scott Bessent and what that economic isolation will look like. And coming up, Alibaba raises about $10 billion in Hong Kong's biggest secondary share sale. More details on that story are coming up next. This is Bloomberg. We've been scouring the frontiers of science and technology to help explain the difference between the next gold rush and whatever this thing is. And in season 2, we're in the States. More danger.
Now that is some high-grade uranium mineralization.
We used to have a stable climate on this earth. Right now, we do not.
We commercially use that technology in our short industry fusion.
Very powerful.
And more CEOs that can nail the photo shoot.
Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars are at stake. While the problems are economic, the solutions are too.
And yes, we will be talking about AI.
There's a lot of humanoid hype out there.
But our future doesn't run on hype.
漆黑的高楼，看到一扇扇红色的门，再看到一台电梯慢慢降下来。很多老玩家脑袋里大概应该是播放名句了，没错，它就是抬头在1983年推出的 Elevator Action， 又或者称为电梯大战。这款游戏最恐怖的地方就在于规则简单到你30秒就能理解，却可以让一个小学生坐在电视前刺了一次又一次，还是继续想办法把那份该死的文件拿回来。那么今天我们就从1983年开始，一路看看这台电梯究竟载着抬头跑过了多少年的游戏历史。首先，在1983年的街机市场，大金刚、小精灵、傻蜜蜂这类作品正主宰着玩家的领先。这时，抬头却丢出了一个非常奇怪的点子：我要做一款搭电梯的游戏。结果游戏推出后，直接连续数月登上日本街机营收榜前列，在北美的市场测试反应同样很好，最后成为抬头在80年代的重要代表作之一。而且这款游戏故事简单的不得了，玩家扮演一名代号 Otto 的特务，从一栋30层高的大楼屋顶抓着绳索滑进敌人的基地。任务只有3件事：找到红色房间，拿走里面的机密文件，一路逃到最下面坐车闪人。讲完了。现在的游戏如果拿着故事去开企划会议，可能连 PowerPoint 也都成不到。可是电梯大战根本不需要更多设定，因为它真正有趣的东西全部藏在那栋大楼里。这款游戏真正厉害的地方就在于电梯根本是一件武器，玩家只有4方向控制，再加上射击与跳跃2颗按钮，可以走路、蹲下、开枪、跳跃。同时游戏还非常聪明，把跳跃直接设定成一击飞踢，所以同一颗按钮平常可以跳过电梯井，看到敌人可以跳过去，看到敌人还可以直接一脚塞进他脸上，完全没有多塞一颗近战键，2颗按钮就把整套动作完成。更有意思的是蹲下，在2026年玩游戏蹲下开枪根本没人会觉得奇怪，但是这在1983年前后能让玩家主动蹲下，甚至在蹲姿中攻击的作品可是非常之少的。因此电梯大战直接把高低差设计放进战斗里，便让这游戏又上升到了另一个维度。敌人的子弹飞过来，你蹲下，等子弹从头顶飞过，再从下面一枪送他回老家。40年前的游戏就在玩高低段攻防了。接下来才是本作真正的主角电梯。普通游戏里移动平台通常有自己的固定路线，玩家只能等它。电梯大战则是直接把控制权交给我们，让电梯从交通工具瞬间变成整套游戏系统的一部分哦。
And then revealed on the camera notes, dropping this morning, but still at quite elevated levels. The camera notes are, the yield of those is at 4.7100%. So falling from what we saw last week, but still at the levels that were there before that buyback announcement by Scott Bessent. And then Brent crude price is $93 and about 1.4% lower this morning. One thing we await for that could change the trajectory of where energy is going is that press conference by Scott Bessent about the economic data and what exactly the details of that economic plan against Iran will be. That is set to be later today, of course. As we look at what was happening in Asian markets over the past 30 minutes, we've got really slowed down in Hong Kong for us, for you for us. Good morning, we are seeing Asian stocks falling after 2 days of gains. Now it is quite a bit of a cautious mood ahead of the key events in that agenda, whether it's Nvidia earnings or also the Jackson Hole meeting. Now we are seeing, as you mentioned, the 2 big stocks really dragging Asian markets today. The first option at Alibaba was down about 10%, having its worst day since April after the company having raised $10 billion and Hong Kong's biggest secondary show sale that underscored its willingness to amass and spend vast sums to take the lead in the global AI race. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Anthony Stevens to discuss more on this story and more stories. Anthony, let's start with this. The move immediately drew criticism from some high-profile investors. What can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, new criticism from Michael Burry from China Capital, right? He was actually a supporter of this stock as part of that China's AI push, but he's taking some money off the table. He thinks that this is a very aggressive capital raising plan. He thinks that, quote unquote, he cannot breast the share issuance. And that speaks to some of the differences in capital raising mechanics between the US and in China. So in the companies in China, they keep going to the market to raise money to build up this war chest. Now, what's very interesting about Alibaba is obviously that it's changed tack between being just a pure e-commerce play to being a cloud play, with the AI cloud being a much bigger part of its upside. So it clearly wants to invest in the future. Now, what's interesting is actually how tight this deal came to market compared to how much Alibaba normally trades, right? So $10 billion raise. This is around 3.5 ADV, combining the Hong Kong and US shares. So it's a lot of volume. It's even like 1/3 of a normal Hong Kong-based volume for the whole market. And yet, this deal went up at around 3.5% discount to the US close. So quite a tight deal. So there is some demand here. Now it's interesting to note, of course, as you come on air, that the share price has gone through the deal. So how people manage the risk from here could end up validating Michael Burry and other bears, at least in the short term.
Okay, Anthony, let's shift gears a little bit and move stateside. Bloomberg also reported a scoop that some of NVIDIA's biggest customers have been told that the prices of its AI servers are going up, in some cases, by more than 15%. We're awaiting earnings from NVIDIA later this week. What kind of ripple effect will this have on the AI race, the rally that we've seen there, and just generally the market?
Yeah, it's an interesting time, as you said, right, into earnings. The stock has underperformed its peers significantly. It's the biggest part of the SOX index, and it has missed the SOX index performance by some 50% plus, right? So they're in a position where they need to start charging more to pass on some of its suppliers' costs. So this 15% increase in chip prices closely mirrors that of the memory price increase over the last couple of months. So they're just passing on the cost. Now, it will be interesting to see whether their customers can eat that cost increase, right? And we're seeing some doubt in the market already today. We see a lot of weakness within the AI space, whether you're talking about Korea or Taiwan or China. So this will continue to ripple through the supply chain and the customer base in Asia. Now, we have to wait for the US to trade to see how its other customers, its hyperscaler customers in the US trade. So your Microsoft, your Amazon, how do they respond to this price increase? And also, how much will it move the balance away from those customers depending on NVIDIA to developing their own chips, where they may have a little bit more cost control? So this space is becoming very interesting as we go into those critical NVIDIA earnings. That stock has been off, down 4 times in a row after beating on earnings. So it will be interesting to see what they say on forward guidance around margins, especially after this price increase.
Alright, thank you as always for those updates. Now, sticking with Asia, Shein is seeking to raise up to $1.8 billion in Hong Kong IPO as it enters the final stretch of the love journey to go public. On Monday, filings says the fast fashion retailer plans to sell shares at up to $49.5 Hong Kong dollars apiece before a trading debut on September 1st. Earlier listing attempts in the US and London failed amid heightened scrutiny and geopolitical tensions. And Bloomberg has learned that Canada's government sees little chance of resuming trade talks with President Donald Trump before the midterm elections. The news comes as Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney seeks to prepare a domestic aid package to help businesses hurt by US tariffs, as well as the implementation of counter tariffs.
Last spring, I warned that America is trying to break us so they can own us. And I promise that that will never, ever happen. We are keeping that promise. Canada is becoming stronger and less dependent on America. We are already giving ourselves more than they can take away. And we are just getting started.
Powerful remarks there by Prime Minister Carney. For more on this story, of course, I'm now joined by Bloomberg's John Puskovitz. John, what led to the breakdown in these talks essentially over the weekend?
Sure. While the headline item was medium and heavy-duty trucks, there wasn't really a single factor that led to the breakdown of the talks. The U.S. said that it offered concessions on things like lumber, aluminum, but Canada and its negotiators said the more that they looked into the deal, the more they saw that they didn't like.
山区
Some
的
of
雨
these
势
things
越下越
included
大，
what
同
they
时也
said
发
were
布土
limits
石流的
on
红色警
Canada's
戒，
ability
为了安全
to
起
trade
见，
with
一早
other
就开始
countries,
进行
and
预
also
防性撤
domestic
离。
things about the use of French language and protections
灾
within
害严重
Canada.
性，协同
So
警方
for
拜
the
访住
Canadian
户，
side,
告
the
知
more
现
they
况，
looked
并
into
签
it,
名
the
统
more they
计，
didn't like
陆续
it,
将山区
and
的
they
民众带离
decided
住
it
家，
was time
就
to
还
walk
会
away.
落了讯
And
息，
the whole
依仗以
backdrop
进行
of
报
this
复。
is the distrust between these two countries, the best of
富人在
neighbors
福大医
for
院急
so
诊
many
室，
years.
情绪失控，怒狗对着护理师咆哮。
John, I was taking a look at the stories, and the stats are also fascinating. It says 3 out of 4 Canadians support Mark Carney coming out, but are
这
afraid
名
or
妇人是
worried
病
about
患
the
家
future
属，事
impact
发在
of
周
this.
日
So
24号，
when we talk
一名
about the
妇人
impact,
询问护理
what
师
should we
创
see
伤有哪些
in
新的
US
事，
Canada
对方表
trade
示已
deal?
经和病患未叫3次，结
Yeah,
果
the
遭到
immediate
护人
impact
打
is
后。
not all that big. It's a $20 billion engagement between two countries at about $900 billion a year in trade. But this is about
夫
the
人言语
friction
失控，护
between
理
the
师告诉
two.
他这涉及人身攻
For
击，
Bill
不仅
Clinton, he
否
spent
认，
a
还
lot of his
道德
first year
论。
trying to improve our pensions, and now he sees as going Canada to a long of tensions with the U.S.
后续
saying
警
he
卫
doesn't
前往
see
急诊
what
室协助，
what we've
夫人
reported
情
is
绪还是
that
不
he's
稳定，
preparing
中途想返回急诊室
protections
争论，
for
最后
people
有
who
3
are
名
hurt
警
by
卫
these
合
tariffs
力展开。
that these will run for several months and then return to the talks
不仅民
before
众
the
把
US
影片发
midterms
上网，
in
当
November.
事护理师也
So
在下方
we
回应，
have
病
this
人本
as
身意识
part
清
of
楚，可
the
以正
friction
常沟
that's
通
going。on.
家属来询
Carney
问之
has
前，和
supported
一
the
般护理师
Canadians.
在治
He's
疗
going
时
to match his
都已
dollar
经
for
直接
dollar.
向病人
From the
进行
US
相
side,
关
the
卫
overall
教。
impact
后
is
续
not
家属
very
再
much.
次询问，告诉
But
他已
two
经和病
states
人
are
说过
worth
很
looking
多
at,
次，可以
Michigan
上网
and
查。
Ohio.
坦言当
They
下
have
情
a
绪
lot
上
of
来，
trade
言
and
辞
development
确实
savings
不
supply
恰当。
routes
当事护理师表
with
示，如果
Canada
病人
needs
意
to
识
be
清楚，能
effective.
自行
There are
沟
also
通，通常会以
congressional
病人
races
本
going
人
on
作
in
为
these
主
two
要卫
states,
教对
which
象。
could
福大
determine
医
the
院表
balance of
示，针
power
对
in
妇
the
人
U.S.
以暴力
Congress.
行为
So
启动
those
白
are
色
some of
一
the
号，
flections
只
of
为
that
和
gap
现场
for
民众
what's
建立
going
协
on.
助，安抚家属情绪，并维护医疗现场秩序。当然，严正谴责任何形式的医疗暴力行为。民众对医疗流程或处置有疑问或不满，可以透过正式管道
Now,
反
coming
映。
up on the back
这
of
边
Abu
新
Dhabi
闻综合报
Sports
道。
delisting, we
想
will
看
look
最
to
完
the
整的新
regional
闻内
market
容，请
outlook
下载
and
今日新
changing
闻网。
investment strategies with 91's Alan Xiao. That is
你这
coming
个
up next.
如果他能保鲜多久的这个
This is Bloomberg.
是3天2天，3天2天那也不长啊。这个是反正感觉不对，一天一个样子，扯的看。
工人在大货车旁放了药盆，将刚采收的大白菜根部直接浸在甲醛溶液后再堆叠装车。大陆网红特地到河北白菜最大产区直击，发现这惊人景象。更可怕的是，不止一家这么做，而是大家都这样做。
我已经受不了啊！不出所料，这个车上居然有2个盆正在蘸这个料啊，应该就是甲醛。
只是为了多这2-3天的保鲜期，让白菜卖相好一点，竟然把一级致癌物甲醛拿来泡白菜。大陆官媒《人民日报》也批评性质恶劣，荒唐至极。
简直是丧心病狂啊！这是一个很普遍的现象，老百姓的餐桌呀！我的天哪！哎呀，为了利益，良心都不要了。
他甚至一度追踪甲醛白菜的运输车，一边通报当地监管部门，把这批毒白菜挡下来。
现场的一个会计确认含甲醛，现在依据相关程序，对这一车白菜进行一个封存。
事件曝光后，引发大陆全网炸锅。要不是有这网红揭发，民众不知道还要吃多久的毒白菜，而且恐怕已经有上亿人吃下。
如果是长期的这种慢性的接触甲醛，那么可能会导致一些很多的甲醛。
消息传到南海，也让社会高度关注，因为韩国餐饮业加工泡菜高度依赖大陆进口。
예전부터 이거 고춧가루나 김치 이런 관련해서 많은 영상들이 수출한 관련해서 그 식품 안전 관리 규정 이런 걸 강화해가지고
国会议员还有学者呼吁，不能只听新陆方说法，应该要全面彻查。
현재 공항이 배추 유통 경로를 긴급 추적하는 가운데 문제의 배추가 한국 등 해외 수출 여부와 중국 내 구체적인 유통 범위는 아직 파악되지 않았습니다.
先前2021年火神叼烟烟白菜画面 不喜欢这么晚。
想看最完整的新闻内容，记得下载即便新闻网 APP。接着关注是越来越热的北半球，热带性频传曼加朝圣的死亡人数不断攀升。沙特阿拉伯统计，目前的死亡人数是1361人，而各地气温一直破纪录。美国气象局向1亿人口发出了警告，像俄亥俄州标出了37.7度，而西班牙。
Good morning. Good to have you with us. That latest privatization effort is the second that we saw so far this year. Do you think that it marks a shift in asset allocation or investment strategy by the Abu Dhabi government, or is it a one-off, a temporary sort of happening this year?
Good morning, Nadia. Pleasure to be with you. I think it marks a moment in time, as we just heard over the last couple of minutes earlier in your segment. We're in this market moment where one segment seems to be raising a lot of capital in both equity and capital markets, debt capital markets, I mean, and that's AI. And then this has taken the focus away from other sectors such as infrastructure, which equally represent a very durable long-term opportunity, but one which may not be attracting the market's focus. So I think right now what a lot of investors, and especially the large strategic ones, are thinking is it might be opportune to be conducting these sorts of investments away from the sound and light of public markets, where they're able to focus on the longer term.
Okay, so Alan, Abu Dhabi and Dubai actually have been on a push over the past few years to encourage more IPOs, encourage more public listings. Do you see these latest instances as sort of a shift to more take privates? Do you see more of that happening in some of the government companies here?
I think it's hard to escape that, this year we've had a very big geopolitical development in the region with the tensions over the Strait of Hormuz. I think if you look at the assets that are being privatized today, and if you look at the long arc, for example, DP World's privatization back in 2020, you have two regional logistics and ports groups that are competing globally. So I think this might not necessarily be a one-off, but I think it is a very specific story, one in which, following the recent tensions in the Gulf, Abu Dhabi is looking to shore up and to potentially refocus its own efforts away from public markets on these strategic assets. It might not be something that spans to all other segments and sectors. It's probably too early to tell, so we'll have to watch that closely.
Okay, what about premiums? Do you think they compensate for the upside that investors could be letting go of?
Well, with the caveat that I am not an equity market specialist, I think what the literature says is that in a typical majority take private, the range tends to be something like 20 to 35% to the trailing price. I think that the premium for AD ports was well within that region and was in a similar range to when DP World was taken. I think investors are being given a choice. They can obviously make a decision as to whether that's an appropriate premium to accept, but it seems well within the normal bounds for such transactions.
Okay, so these moves, temporary is your argument, and it could be the result of what we're seeing happening in the region, opportunistic as well. But when you look at minority investors, do you think that when they see this happening, that they should be worried, or is that not something they should be sparking feelings of concern?
Well, look, again, I come back to the first point. I think it's a moment in time. If we contrast, for example, what happened with Alibaba today in Hong Kong, the markets are never, let's say, they want their cake and they want to eat it. When companies are raising capital, even at a small discount to the trading price that Alibaba did, it can spark a correction. Equally, when they're taken private and capital is being repaid at a premium, they can also have room for pause. both of those stories are on the same arc. I think in one case you have a company raising capital in an area that is, got a lot of investor attention right now, and the other one I think is one where Abu Dhabi is taking a strategic step. I don't think that minority investors need to look into this and be too upset. Down the line, maybe in a few years, we could see relistings, we could see capital raises, and on that day, that will be a net drain of liquidity, as we're seeing today. So too soon to judge would be my view.
Okay, well, there you have it. Too soon to judge, and don't be too upset yet. Alan, thank you very much for your time this morning. Alan Stow, Emerging Market Corporate Debt Co-Head at 91. And of course, for more of these stories looking into the intersection of wealth and power in the region, sign up for our Mideast Money newsletter on Bloomberg.com. Coming up, the push to use AI tools in Nigeria's upcoming presidential election. We will discuss how it might bring more clarity to an often disputed vote. This is Bloomberg. Breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg this weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Lazo on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
This week, Bloomberg is live at the Jackson Hole Economic Symposium. Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, along with Michael McKee, will bring you news and interviews with Fed leaders, policymakers, and economists shaping global monetary policy. Tune in for continuing coverage and a special episode of Surveillance, August 28th at 9 a.m., including full coverage of Kevin Warsh's first speech to the conference. The Jackson Hole Economic Symposium on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Horizon's Middle East and Africa. Non-profit organizations in Nigeria are trying to use AI to bring more transparency to the nation's presidential election vote in January. This follows a successful deployment of the technology during a local election last week. To discuss more on the story, we're now joined by Bloomberg's chief Africa correspondent, Jen Briggs-Apasaja from Johannesburg. Jen, good morning. Just walk us through how this worked at the election in the southwestern state of Houston.
Well, it was quite interesting, Abir. What we saw from the civil rights groups was some of the AI tools that they were using was enabling them to track and collate some of the election results electronically using some of these independent tools that you were just mentioning there. And so based on Bloomberg reporting in particular, what was interesting about the final results that they got was that their figures actually matched what we saw from the INEC which is like the International National Election Committee's final figures, with what they call remarkable precision. And what we hear from a number of these groups is that they believe that some of the citizen-led collection then can now effectively be rolled out across various election states and different electoral parts of the country, essentially, just given how precise this was. And what we also heard from them, which is quite interesting, was that their models bypassed a critical weak point in the process that enables the count to be manipulated, and which typically happens during manual collation. But of course, the key point in this is that this was quite a small election, and so the way that this would work in a bigger election, in particular the national election, is definitely way more bigger on scale, and so we have to look at that, but it at least is giving some of these civil rights groups a bit of confidence about what they could do in January.
And Jen, the presidential vote has oftentimes been subject to some allegations about rigging. How can this technology impact confidence in the electoral process?
Well, and it's actually going back to the first, all but one of the elections that we've seen in Nigeria since the start of democracy, just about at the turn of the century, has been disputed. And so clearly there is a need for some confidence. And if we just take a look at the last election, participation dropped to just about 27% of the electorate in 2023. Compare that to what we saw in 1999, which was 52%. So clearly there is still a bit of concern about whether or not we'll actually see trust from some of these electoral voting institutions. And so really, again, the key is going to be how they scale this technology. What we saw in the Osun gubernatorial vote was that it covered about just over 3,700 polling stations. For the national election, that's something like 176,000. And so really over the next few months, we're going to have to hear from some of these groups how they plan to instill some confidence that these AI tools can, in fact, give people the sort of confidence that they do need to see on a national scale.
Right, then thank you, of course, as always, for monitoring these stories for us, Bloomberg's Chief Africa Correspondent, Jennifer Santasancha. And that is it for Horizons Middle East and Africa today. Keep it here with us for Daybreak Europe. This is Bloomberg.
digital world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Aronowitz, and Anne-Marie Woodard every weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg. Politics changes everything.
Live from London, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Byrne with your top stories. The AI trade under pressure. Tech stocks leading declines in Asia as Alibaba raises over $10 billion in a new share sale. And Nvidia warns of price hikes as memory costs surge. Meanwhile, Canada hits back as Prime Minister Mark Carney says the country is at war over tariffs. Bloomberg learns his government doesn't expect talks with the US to resume before the midterm elections. Plus, Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia has rejected a truce on attacks against grain exports via the Black Sea. Ukraine's president also discussing calls for wartime elections. Well, a very good morning. Happy Monday. Here is the picture in markets. Asian stocks on the back foot in a big week for the AI trade. It's Samsung and Alibaba dragging down the MSCI Pacific Index this morning, down 0.9%. The futures also on both sides of the Atlantic. Nasdaq futures by some 0.4% as we look ahead to Nvidia earnings. Now flip the board across asset, and oil, as you can see, is also lower after 2 weeks of gains, even if that isn't doing much to lift mood equities. Washington's economic isolation plan for Iran now in focus. We'll wait for a press conference with the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, but oil, Brent, trading at $93 a barrel. Therefore, as you'd expect, the 10-year Treasury yield is a touch lower, down 3 basis points at 4.7%. And the Canadian dollar also underperforming after a lot of those trade talks with Washington collapsed. Now, here are the risk events for the week ahead. On Wednesday, we get US PCE, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, of course. Then also on Wednesday, it's Nvidia earnings. Investors really focused on whether that AI demand can sustain the valuation. And then on Friday, we'll hear from the Fed Chairman Kevin Warsh at Jackson Hole, the Kansas City Fed's annual economic.
Hi friends, I am in Taipei this week for a quick 4-day trip filled with stationery and art. On this trip, I met up with an old friend who is this crazy collector of rare antique stationery that you really can't see anywhere else in the world. And I also have a super unique crafting workshop planned that I am very much looking forward to. I've actually lived in Taipei for a year before, and the stationery culture here is amazing. This is where I originally fell in love with journaling and travel sketching, so it always feels a little bit like home. Hi friends, I am in Taipei this week for a quick.
In this video, we're going to look at 10 exercises, and each one will fix a specific problem with your character bodies. Like bad proportions, deformed legs, questionable muscles, maybe a character that looks like he was run over by a truck. And if you've been practicing for a while and your character still, come out looking like that, well, it's usually not because you haven't memorized enough muscles. It's because the body underneath those muscles was never really built properly in the first place, and no amount of muscle detail is going to save a broken frame. So every single one of these exercises are meant to be like quick 10 minutes or less, stuff that you can do as warm-ups, and we're going through all of 10. So here's the first set of exercises, all having to do with the frame of the body. Let's get into it. So exercise 1 is volume rotations. Before you build anything, you'll want to get comfortable with the individual pieces, like the Lego blocks. So draw the volume.
はい、皆さん、こんにちは。ゲームマックなクラブの後です。ということでですね、いつもご視聴いただきありがとうございます。本日はこういった形で、目の前の景色を捉えて描くということをトライしてきましたので、その中での気づきを皆さんにご紹介したいと思います。実は影スケッチっていうのを以前こういった形で実はやってまして、ただこの時の理解がそこまでなかった部分を、今回こうアップグレードできた部分があるので、それをご紹介したいんですけれども、実は非常に参考になったアーティストさん、そしてその方の解説があるので、それをちょっとご紹介したいなと思い動画にしました。そのアーティストさんというのがこの時々シュウペイさんという方です。インスタグラムですごいおすすめで流れてきて、めちゃくちゃ分かりやすくて面白いショート動画だったので、今回ちょっとただ
咱以前经常在各大平台、社群、图片网扒一堆堆大佬美图设定画集，图片倒是收了起大气，硬盘都得上 NAS 了。但真正在看。
So if you've been in the art sphere for more than a month, then you've been told to draw boxes. Everyone will recommend drawing boxes. Modern Day James says Prince Kushan's Q-Grid is the best exercise you can do. Peter Han recommends horizon line is indicative of your eye level. So if you see the lines of a cube converging downward, that means you're looking from below up to the cube. And if you see the lines of a cube converging upward, you're looking down from above the cube. Now, you can learn perspective with other forms, but why do we always start with the cube?
This has drawn a reaction from Michael Burry, who of course we know from Big Short fame. Just tell us more what he had to say.
Yeah, he was actually kind of bullish on Alibaba a couple of months ago. He was talking about the fact that the e-commerce was in China and there's some value there. Now, obviously, Alibaba has pivoted very sharply to kind of cloud server play. Even though it's kind of drawn the line and stabilized the e-commerce business.
同学们可以看见画面和听见声音。
Now, Michael Burry does not agree with that.
Bodies are not easy to draw. Maybe you're just getting started with them and you want to figure out the quickest way to learn. Or maybe you already have some experience, but you want to make your bodies look more realistic and dynamic. Either way, I'll take you through all the steps you need to go from this to this. So let's get started. Like most people, when I first started drawing, I started with the head and face. And at some point, I decided I wanted to draw a body to go along with it. So it looked a little something like this. Yeah, that's not great. What can I do? I needed to figure out a quick and easy way to get to drawing at least passable looking bodies. So this is what I figured out. I like to start with an oval shape for the head, but make sure to add a bit to the back to make sure there's enough room for the brain. I also like drawing across it to indicate where the face is going to be. Then let's draw a line for the neck and connect it with an oval for the torso and this upside down triangular shape for the hips. Then I can join these shapes together. I find it really helpful to add a center line so I can figure out where the middle of these forms are. From here, I can add some circles for the shoulders and then a curved line to indicate where the collarbone is. I find it super helpful to draw the shoulders in separately because it reminds me that the shoulders are a lot more mobile than expected. Just look at how much they can move. For the arms and legs, first I like to sketch out the rough poses with some light lines. And then when I'm happy with it, then I can thicken out the neck and limbs with some parallel lines. And this is already good enough to serve as guidelines for a basic body. Trace over the lines, erase the unneeded guidelines, and we'll end up with something like this. At this point, you can also add some extra details if you want, for example, the collarbone and maybe even some chest definition and the belly button. And here is the final result. It's relatively simple, but I think it's a pretty good start. However, even if you follow this step by step, it's not foolproof. Firstly, an important thing to remember is that not all artists like to use these specific shapes. Right now we have these squishy ovals or even bead shapes, but some people prefer using box shapes. The hips or the pelvis is kind of weird. I've used a box shape in the past, but I've seen others use a bucket or even a bowl shape. But which one is best? The answer is there's no best one. Each approach has different strengths and weaknesses. The beat is easy to get started with since you don't have to be as precise with your perspective drawing. The boxes, on the other hand, allow you to see the orientation of the rib cage and the pelvis more easily. This is particularly important when you're drawing poses where the body is twisting. But whatever method you end up choosing, it can still end up looking kind of off. Uh-oh, how can we fix this? So I think there's one main reason why things look wrong or off, which is that the proportions are not accurate. Weaknesses. The beat is but some people prefer using dart. However, even if you follow this step by step, it's not foolproof. Firstly, an important thing to remember is that not all artists like to use these specific shapes. Right now we have these squishy ovals or even bean shapes, but some people prefer using box shapes. The hips or the pelvis is kind of weird. I've used a box shape in the past, but I've seen others use a bucket or even a bowl shape. But which one is best? The answer is there's no best one. Each approach has different strengths and weaknesses. The beat is easy to get started with since you don't have to be as precise with your perspective drawing. The boxes, on the other hand, allow you to see the orientation of the rib cage and the pelvis more easily. This is particularly important when you're drawing poses where the body is twisting. But whatever method you end up choosing, it can still end up looking kind of off. Uh-oh, how can we fix this? So I think there's one main reason why things look wrong or off, which is that the proportions are not accurate. Luckily, there are two easy ways to make sure your proportions are correct. The first is to basically measure, and I don't mean with the ruler, I mean with heads. This method was popularized by Andrew Loomis, who figured out that if you use the head as a measuring unit, you can figure out where the various landmarks of the human body are. For example, measuring from the bottom for an ideal figure that is 8 heads tall, you'll find that the bottom of the knees are 2 heads up, and the belly button is 5 heads up, and so on. This works really well, and artists have been using this technique for ages, but honestly, I find that it can be a bit of a headache to keep in mind all the time. Not to mention, this doesn't even always work. 8 heads is convenient, but humans come in all shapes and sizes, as Loomis himself demonstrates here. The problems become particularly evident when we try to draw more stylized characters. Check this out. That doesn't look quite right, does it? A stylized character might have larger or smaller heads than reality, so we might need a more flexible approach to proportions. So the second approach is what I personally use more often, simply comparing certain landmarks with other ones. Here are some examples. The crotch, or the bottom of the pelvis, is halfway down the entire body. If the arms are in a resting state, the wrists will also be at about that point. The joints, as previously mentioned, are about halfway down the actual limbs. As for the elbows, they're somewhere between the ribcage and pelvis at the waist. As for hand and feet sizes, it can vary a bit. A general rule of thumb is to have the hand to be about the size of your character's face. However, if in doubt, it's usually better to make the hands too big rather than too small. Small hands will almost always look awkward, but big hands can be really expressive. The flexibility of this approach also lets me draw more interesting and stylized bodies. Checking these simple landmarks every time you draw a body can make it fairly easy to keep things proportional. Personally, I use a combination of both methods to check my proportions. And here's a tip to help you get it right. Go from big shapes to small shapes. It maybe sounds obvious to mention this, but the most important measurements are the big ones. It doesn't matter how much detail you add if the character's arms are too short. However, even if you do get them all right, it doesn't mean that's the only thing that can go wrong. Sometimes the body just looks really stiff, which is where gesture comes in. These are gesture drawings. Timed gesture drawing is probably the most important practice you can do if you want to be able to portray bodies, either realistic or stylized. It's best to do it in person, but you can also do it online with tools like Line of Action. It shows you a bunch of reference photos in various poses, from anywhere between 30 seconds to 10 minutes. I think 1-minute poses is a good place to start. And you may be thinking, wait, just 1 minute? How is that enough time to draw an entire body? Even just drawing the head takes longer than that. But what's important to know is that the goal of these drawings is not to draw every single detail you can see, but to capture the movement, energy, and essence of a pose. By limiting the time, it forces you to think about which lines are the most important to properly depict the figure. But even knowing all that, my first gesture drawings looked like this. It takes practice before you're able to express an entire figure in just 60 seconds. You'll find that with every drawing you attempt, you'll gradually be able to add more and more to it. So don't get discouraged, because with just proportion and gesture, we'll be able to draw fun, dynamic bodies for your characters. But this isn't the whole story. You can take this much further, because while these figures are fun, they're kind of simple. How can we make it more realistic? Well, the answer to this, of course, is anatomy, right? Anatomy is the study of the human body. It's understanding what bones make up a skeleton, which muscles are attached to those bones, what those muscles do, and all sorts of other things as well. And squishy rectangle with rounded corners. Getting this curve to draw in your muscle groups, for example, the pose feels natural. So I lightly sketch in some limbs and, wait, you know what? I don't like this. I'm gonna start again. Maybe it'll be safer to start with something simpler. Okay, once again, I'll start with a gesture to figure out the overall pose first. Hang on, I don't think I like this either. Let me just erase and try again. One more time? Hang on, this isn't great either. Unfortunately, I'll have to do a lot of erasing, undoing, and a ton of trial and error. How can I prevent this? The answer is, I don't. This is just how I draw. I think it's normal. For me, art is a very iterative process.
Vanishing point. If you look at these two boxes, you'll notice that one looks more correct than the other. This is because on this box, the parallel lines converge to a vanishing point, and on the other one, well, that doesn't really happen at all. The best way to practice this is to try and draw a box yourself and extend out the parallel edges to see if they meet at a vanishing point. Here I'm using this tool in Clip Studio Paint to see where the vanishing points are, but you can always use a ruler to extend out these lines. It's kind of hard to see, but you might notice that the vanishing points are actually really far away from the canvas. If you look at the edges that are going in the same direction and they're steeper, that means the vanishing point is closer to the canvas. If they're more straight out and parallel like this, that means the vanishing point will be further away from the canvas. The last thing that we need to know about is something called the horizon line. The horizon line is a horizontal line that represents the viewer's eye level. One way you can find that horizon line is by connecting two vanishing points together. Now I know this is a lot of information.
This industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
What happened was you were up.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak here at 6:15 a.m. here in London. Well, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's expected to announce details of a promised fiscal plan in the coming days as investors question whether he'll be able to keep borrowing costs down as long-end yields continue to climb across the globe. Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari looked to play down concerns over borrowing in an interview with CBS Face the Nation.
There's every indication that the U.S. Treasury market is functioning as it should, that trades are taking place, that there's liquidity in the market, and so that enables us to focus on the federal funds rate as our primary policy tool to get inflation back down.
Let's bring in Ben Ram, cross-asset strategist at Bloomberg and Live. Ben, we've also been hearing a lot of investor skepticism. PIMCO, for example, warning of an elevated term premium, Evercore not expecting any meaningful action on the deficit. Is there anything that Secretary Bessent can or likely will do to ease this bond market pressure?
Morning, Lizzie. It's not clear what kind of room that Scott Bessent has in terms of limiting spending from the U.S. government. Now, he's expected widely to kind of crack down on state fraud, withhold some transfers to states and that kind of thing. Those amount to, tinkering at the margins. The U.S. interest rate bill alone is north of $1 trillion at the moment per year. So I think that that's a humongous amount. And unless he can outline measures that will kind of bring down that deficit and bring down that interest rate bill considerably, I think that the markets will look through the measures and we'll have more of this. We'll have more of the same reaction again that we saw last week. The dollar has won itself some respite heading into this announcement, thinking so the markets are still giving him the benefit of doubt. But I doubt he's got too much room to maneuver here.
And of course, we're also waiting to hear from Fed Chairman Kevin Warsh in Jackson Hole on Friday. Do you think that he'll make any effort to reassure the markets that the Fed's got a plan to fight inflation? Do you think he's just going to double down on the message that forward guidance is going out the window?
Yeah, I think he's going to stick to the brief, particularly in light of the fact that he's appointed a number of committees to look into pretty much every aspect of Fed functioning. So I think that he's bought himself time till the year end, which is why the market conviction that, the Fed will raise rates by the end of the year is kind of, I think, overstated. Now, what we have heard from Warsh so far is that he is an inflation hawk. He says that running hot inflation is a choice, but we haven't seen him really walk the talk. So I think that's the problem with whatever he's going to say. Now, it's going to be a double disappointment if Bessent says that if Bessent outlines measures that fall short of market expectations, and if Warsh then comes in at the end of the week and then says nothing much about inflation or the Fed's willingness to raise rates. So all in all, it looks like it's going to be a pretty disappointing week for the dollar.
Well, that's certainly the view that Bloomberg Economics is taking, that Kevin Warsh is just going to be tight-lipped. Ben, thank you for the preview. Ben Ram there from our MLive team. Well, coming up, we'll talk about one factor in the inflation story, and that is one of Europe's most important trade arteries running low after a summer of extreme heat. We'll discuss the impact on the commodities market next. This is Bloomberg. Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Mumbai. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gordon.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. Watch, listen, stream.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets,
From the micro to the macro,
covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
the supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romain Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg, context changes everything.
When news breaks,
This is going to be a complicated report.
Bloomberg has you covered.
SpaceX second quarter revenue, $7.8 billion.
For all the context and clarity you need,
A lot of speculation. What could happen with Tesla?
hear it first on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now we're tracking the impact of Europe's hot, dry summer on regions key trade routes. Water levels at the Calp choke point on the Rhine have risen by a few centimetres in just the past week, but remain at historically low levels. With us today to dive into what that means for commodities is Jess Hicks from Bloomberg NEF's European weather team. So Jess, great to have you with me around the desk this morning, bright and early. First off, let's just talk about how bad the weather impact on the Rhine River levels has been. Just give us some context.
Yeah, thank you for having me. The situation in the Rhine is shocking. Right now, we haven't seen a situation like this since at least 1990. There have been a few situations where low river levels have triggered barge freight restrictions. That was in 2018 and 2022. But those situations weren't nearly as severe as what we're seeing this year. So this summer, river levels at the Cove bottleneck dropped to 6 centimeters at their lowest. But what made the situation so severe was that low river levels extended for approximately a month. That exacerbates any negative side effects of barge restrictions in place. And luckily, in the area, we have seen more rainfall, which is starting to improve the situation, but that will have to continue to completely ameliorate any negative side effects we're seeing right now.
Okay, and speaking of those side effects, what does it mean for the companies that rely on the Rhine for transport?
So it's not just hard to transport those products, it makes transportation of those products even more expensive. And so when river levels get to a certain threshold, barge freight restrictions and capacity restrictions come into play.
Okay, so let's look at an example just to see how this is applied. Just like earlier, I'm going to be using the perspective tool in Clip Studio Paint, but here I'm just looking for two different lines that go in the same direction.
That's 6 times the average, and just 4 days later.
Since we're looking from below, our horizon line is going to be along this line right here. This makes sense for an eye level because if you had a camera and were to make this shot, your camera would be on the floor. We're now going to connect this line from the top vanishing point to the horizon line, and this is called the center of vision. Center of vision is always perpendicular to the horizon line, and it represents the kind of main region that the viewer is looking at. When it comes to drawing in perspective, there's three different angles that we want to look at. Those are low angle, high angle, and eye level perspective. In low angle perspective, the horizon line is below the character and it gives a more dominant, powerful feeling. With high angle perspective, it's kind of a similar idea, but this time the horizon line is above the character and it gives a more vulnerable, isolated feeling. Lastly, with eye level perspective, the horizon line is on the character and it gives more of a balanced, natural feeling. Now that we know some basics, let's get into the method and see how it's applied in an actual drawing. So here I just picked this reference from Pinterest, but I'm going to start by drawing these boxes around the torso and the head and any other body part that I think is important. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to figure out what type of perspective this drawing is in. So far from what I observed, it looks like I can see the top of this box, so that means that this drawing is in a high angle perspective. If it was in a low angle perspective, then I wouldn't be able to see the top of the box. I'm going to speed up the rest of this part, but basically what I'm doing is just tracing boxes and cylinders over the body parts just to get an overall feel of what the perspective is like. These are just meant to be guidelines, so they don't have to be super perfect. Actually, it's probably better if they aren't perfect because, after all, it's just a reference. So now what we're going to do is draw another box, but this time it's going to be around the entire character. This is the important part, so make sure you take your time with it, and also make sure that your parallel lines converge to a vanishing point, just like we did earlier. If you're struggling with this part, what I would recommend is try to look for different lines that have a similar slope. Here you notice that these parallel edges on each of these boxes have pretty similar slope. Here, if you're struggling with this part, what I would recommend parallel lines converge to a vanishing point, just like we did earlier. If you're struggling with this part, I would recommend is try to look for different lines that have a similar slope.
The move comes amid continued regulatory pressure in the US, where Bloomberg understands authorities are conducting a national security review of the company's purchase of American clothing retailer Everlane. And the red Tiangong Ultra, made by Beijing-based X-Humanoid, has beaten Usain Bolt's world record at the 100-meter sprint at the World Robot Games in Beijing. Chinese media is reporting that the humanoid robot won the race in 9.39 seconds during the game's opening ceremony. The games featured 1,300...
Here you notice that these parallel edges on each of these boxes have pretty similar slopes, so I'm going to use these as guidelines to help me finish drawing the box. Again, this doesn't really have to be that perfect, and you can always go back and adjust it later. Okay, so now that we have this box, what I'm going to do is use the perspective ruler in Clip Studio Paint. And the way you use this is by lining up two edges that are supposed to be parallel to each other. I would recommend picking the front and the back one kind of like this, just because the middle one's a bit more of a guess, but you can pick it as well. You'll know if you did it right if you connect the three vanishing points and they create a triangle kind of like this. In general, your character should be inside of the vanishing points and they create a triangle kind of like this. In general, your character should be at the three vanishing points and they create a triangle kind of like this. In general, your character should be inside of the triangle, but it also doesn't really matter what the triangle looks like, as long as it's a triangle. This step is optional, but what I like to do is just erase the box and then redraw it using the perspective grid. Something that's really nice in Clip Studio Paint is that it'll let you snap your brush to the grid, so you don't have to be super accurate with your lines. It'll kind of just do it for you. Now, if you think this is cheating, this is really no different than using a ruler, unless you think that using a ruler is cheating too. So now here I'm just going to use the perspective grid to draw in a bunch of these lines. Each of these lines should go to their respective vanishing point. And once I finish, I like to just lower the opacity just to make it a little bit less busy. At this stage, we can start drawing in our character now, but if you want to use the mannequin from earlier, that's perfectly fine. I practiced a couple more of these, but something that I noticed is that the blue box perspective matches body parts like the torso or the head, so make sure you use those as your frame of reference. Now we can put everything together and start drawing the box and the perspective grid. If you want a more dynamic perspective, you can have one vanishing point be closer to the canvas and have the other two further away. I'm going to speed this part up a bit, but it's pretty much the same process as earlier, so I'm just going to start by drawing a box and then I'm going to draw the perspective grid lines in. Okay, now it's time to draw the character, and something that you might part up a bit, but it's pretty much the same process as earlier, so they're two further away. Dynamic perspective, you can have everything together and use those as your frame. Blue box, that's perfectly fine. I practiced a couple more of these, but something that I noticed is that the blue box perspective matches body parts like the torso or the head, so make sure you use those. Is that the blue box perspective?
And the forces shape the markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto.
the players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield.
Just body parts like the torso or the head. So make sure you
On Bloomberg Money.
notice is that the
Topic every week.
box perspective matches body parts like the torso or the head. So make sure you notice is that the blue box perspective matches body parts like the torso or the head. So make sure you use those as your frame of reference.
Context changes everything.
Perspective matches. I practiced a couple more of these, but something that I noticed is that the blue box perspective matches body parts like the torso or the head. So make sure you
Live from London, this is Bloomberg Day. Right here, I'm Lizzie Burton with your top stories. The AI trade under pressure. Tech stocks leading declines in Asia as Alibaba raises over $10 billion in a new share sale. And Nvidia warns of price hikes as memory costs surge. Elsewhere, Canada hits back as Prime Minister Mark Carney says the country is at war over tariffs. Bloomberg learns his government doesn't expect talks with
those as your frame of
before
reference.
an midterm elections.
Now we can put everything together and start drawing the box and the perspective grid. If you want a more dynamic perspective, you can have one vanishing point be closer to the canvas and then have the other two further away. I'm going to speed this part up a bit, but it's pretty much the same process as earlier. So I'm just going to start by drawing a box and then I draw the perspective grid lines in.
As we set up for a big week in the AI trade, it's Samsung and Alibaba dragging down the broader index. So losses on the Hang Seng Tech Index and the cost.
Okay, now it's time to draw the character, and something that you might notice as you're watching me draw this is I don't actually draw the character inside of the box, which seems kind of counterintuitive, but for right now I just want to focus on the general form and shape of the character. At this point, it almost seems like the box is kind of behind the character, but that's perfectly fine because you can always adjust and transform things as you see fit. As a matter of fact, I'm actually going to redraw the box a bit later in this video, but for right now, I'm just going to use the perspective grid to help me determine where I'm in. And something that
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent for more details. The 10-year yield is lower as a result, as you'd expect. 10-year down 3 basis points.
Okay, now it's time to draw the character, and something that you might notice as you're watching me draw this is I don't actually draw the character inside of the box, which seems kind of counterintuitive, but for right now I just want to focus on the general form and shape of the character. At this point, it almost seems like the box is kind of behind the character, but that's perfectly fine because you can always adjust and transform things as you see fit. As a matter of fact, I'm actually going to redraw the box a bit later in this video, but for right now, I'm just going to use the perspective grid to help me determine where the floor is. One of the most important aspects of using this method is to make sure that your character is interacting with the perspective grid at some point. For example, here her hand is lined up with this railing, which is also lined up with the perspective grid. The foot is also lined up with the perspective grid right here. Not everything has to be lined up with the perspective grid, and as long as you have a couple of things that are lined up with it, you should be perfectly fine. Like I said earlier, I'm going to redraw the box, but this time I'm going to draw it around my character using the perspective grid that we extracted from the earlier box. And if you forgot about the horizon line, I'm going to show you exactly how I use it in this drawing here. Okay, so I skipped a huge chunk of this time lapse, but right here you can see these two green lines which represent the center of vision and the horizon line. I found this by looking at these two vanishing points and then connecting them together. The center of vision is going to be this perpendicular line that goes all the way to the top of the third vanishing point. I found that these elements are really good for just things like composition. So for example, here I'm using the horizon line to mark where the beach is, and coincidentally the center of vision just happens to be on the character, but I didn't actually intend to do that. Anyways, that's going to be it for this video, and if you enjoy educational drawing content like this, be sure to like and subscribe. And as always, thanks for watching.
绘画人总会质疑自己，
我到底有没有画画的天赋？
在一期很久远很久远上古时代的抖森节目里，村长说过，如果你长期热爱绘画，这本身就是天赋。这种令人作呕的鸡汤言论，越来越严谨的科学类 furry 上必要讲德斗村中，这种鸡汤是不可饶恕的。要判断我们有没有绘画的天赋，首先得知道人们平常说的天赋到底是个啥玩意儿。绘画。
They're lawyers, they're CEOs, they are important decision makers, women in the world. Why do you position your products for this group of women? When I started, designing, I always want to do something that is empower women. When you take a look at your store, there is something for everyone. Take a look at the T-shirt, for example. A customer growing, like 30 years already, so they become more powerful. I also want to grow my Gen Z audience too. They are like in the 20s. So daughter wearing their mom's dresses, so they feel the power, the energy. So now they come back to the store and they buy more.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenna. This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Geneva, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now, the conflict in Ukraine has fundamentally changed how countries conduct warfare, from drones to AI. Things are becoming much more high-tech, and Europe's having to react to that, but is facing a number of challenges in building out its defence infrastructure. Joining us now is Bloomberg Intelligence's Rod Turnbull, a former member of the Royal Marines who has been involved in the defence sector for most of his career. Rod, great to get you on. So how has Ukraine then changed the face of modern warfare?
Yeah, sure. If we go back before 2022, typically what would happen, and I'll oversimplify this, two armies would mass and meet at the line of contact. The front line is what most people would know that as. The one with the greatest inertia would break through that front line and sort of carry on and follow through, achieve their objectives, etc., etc. That's all changed now. Autonomy has kind of obviated the need for some of the traditional weapon systems, and the battlefield shape has just changed. So what I mean by that is that line of contact has now become a killing zone or a death zone, and that can be 30 to 35 kilometers wide. And so that's between the forward line of own troops and the forward line of enemy troops. So within that zone, nothing really moves for fear of detection. So what that's basically done is robbed an army of maneuver. And that maneuver is all important because what you want as an army is to have tempo, get inside the decision-making cycle of your enemy, and then achieve your war aims. So that's changed all that now.
But what's holding Europe back then?
Well, it's a plan. There's abundant capital. And as we know, this year, Europe should spend about £454 billion. That's up 75% since 2021. So that's fine, but it's what do you spend it on? And it goes back to that point of, has autonomy degraded the usefulness of some of the old platforms? You still need those old platforms, but the question is in what number and what type and how many, et cetera, et cetera. Where we're lacking, and it hasn't really entered the debate, I think, is on the subject of doctrine. And that's what I mean by the plan. You need an intellectual underpinning of how you fight wars, and there isn't really one for this new shape of warfare across NATO, and that's something that they urgently need to get a grip of.
But surely that's the same with every war, that you change the doctrine every time, or is this fundamentally different?
It's a tweak, or certainly an add-on thought process that needs to happen here. So the Americans during the Iraq War, they weren't versed in counterinsurgency warfare at all, so they had to learn that. And General Petraeus wrote a doctrine in a short period of time, and it had some impact. That needs to happen now. So yes, you still need the things that maneuver on the ground, tanks, artillery, armored fighting vehicles, infantry, etc., but maybe not in the same numbers. And you have to think about how you use the drone capability, the software capability that we see in targeting now. There's a lot of sensors on the battlefield that need to be thought of in a different way.
I mean, it's absolutely fascinating. How then do you translate this to be useful for investors?
Exactly, and we'll all look at the normal primes, some of which are still in pretty punchy multiples, to be fair, still in the mid-30s in some cases. Rheinmetall's come down a little bit. And there's a narrative there, there's an order book, so you'd expect that there'll be some exposure to that. But maybe it's a little bit akin to the AI trade as well, where we start to think about picks and shovels. So Theon, for example, is a Greek Cypriot company that makes optics, thermal and night vision. That's done pretty well this year. Mildef, who you're going to have on later today, hardened laptops for the battlefield, in essence, has been the best performer this year. And then I think there's going to be companies that we've never even heard of, and they're probably in the private domain now, and I bet they're sitting in Ukraine. And one that springs to mind is a company called Firepoint, which is responsible for a new cruise missile, but also a lot of drone technology as well.
Yeah, speaking of drones, I'm also going to be speaking to the CEO of Quantum Systems on the Pulse later on, the German startup involved in that space. Really great to get your insights this morning, Rod. That's Rod Turnbull from Bloomberg Intelligence. Thank you. Well, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that Russia has rejected his offer of a truce on attacks against ships carrying agricultural commodities through the Black Sea. This as the country marks 35 years of independence.
He also ruled out holding wartime elections, describing it as a, quote, tsunami for Ukraine. Joining us now for more is Bloomberg's Colin Post, who is in Kyiv for us. Colin, where does this leave talks between Russia and Ukraine? Who's got the leverage at this point?
Well, it's an interesting situation, given that, so as Zelensky was saying, was that what Putin wanted was for Ukraine to stop hitting their energy infrastructure, and then they would stop hitting Ukrainian shipping. So both sides have leverage. It's just a question of, which person is willing to give up which sort of tax.
Yeah, and Zelensky kind of suggesting that it's energy for energy, agriculture for agriculture, full ceasefire for full ceasefire. Meanwhile, we've also got this fantastic, incredible big take on the terminal, unravelling the attempts to kill a Ukrainian tycoon in Monaco, and why the accomplices could still be on the run. Tell us more.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, this was last month that somebody tried to blow Anastasia Berezovskaya tried to blow up, our guy in Monaco, and actually succeeded. But he's still alive. She is no longer alive. However, it's one of these investigations that is, it's very cross-cultural. It's within Monaco, it's within France, within Germany, and she returned to Ukraine, which is where she was apparently killed in a forest between Kyiv and Zhytomyr. And so at this point, all of these investigations are going on at the same time, and nobody seems to have any real answers for exactly how this went down, right? And it's one of these situations where you're left asking only questions, and nobody has given any sort of satisfactory answers for exactly what happened in Monaco.
Okay, well, it's worth a read. I definitely recommend it. The Bloomberg Big Take on the terminal at Bloomberg.com. Bloomberg's Colin Post, thank you very much for bringing it to us. Now, let us turn back to the markets, because tech is dragging Asian stocks lower this morning. Samsung falling in Seoul after disappointing investors with its shareholder return plan, and Alibaba tumbling in Hong Kong on news of a $10.2 billion share sale. Let's get more now. We can speak to Isaac Tong, who is Asian Income Fund co-portfolio manager over at Aberdeen. Isaac, really good to get you on the show this morning. It seems like every day on Daybreak Europe, we have to start with Asia markets, and specifically Asia tech, and specifically Korea, because it's just dominating the global story right now. So I want to start there. We've had Samsung and SK Hynix preparing these record shareholder returns. Do you see that as genuine confidence in the earnings cycle, or is it kind of a sign of desperation, trying to calm concerns over the AI capex boom? Good morning to you.
Morning. Let's just take a step back, right? So what's going on here? I think globally we are seeing a big transference in terms of the economics from the suppliers of AI infrastructure into the producers of chips, right? So if you look at things like cash flow, you'll see that the hyperscalers in the US, and then we have hyperscalers in China as well, namely Alibaba and Tencent. You'll see that their cash flow generation has been greatly reduced. Free cash flow has actually turned negative, especially this quarter, right? And then if you look at the cash flows at the semiconductor companies, for example, SK Hynix, Samsung Electronics, TSMC, they are recording record margins and record free cash flow generation. So right now, a lot of these companies, especially the Korean companies that you mentioned, are returning cash flows in the form of dividends and share buybacks, and rightfully so. So, today, perhaps the market is a little bit disappointed by the amount of, cash flows that are being returned to shareholders, but we actually take a different view.
哎，看到了一个台湾啤酒，哎，尝一尝喽。
今天晚上喝这个台湾啤酒，
喝了几十年的啤酒，结果95%以上，平时我们喝的都是工业啤酒，
Hello，大家好，欢迎来到小七的频道。最近有个重庆博主的极限操作，真的把网友们看呆了。这位老哥在台湾玩了一圈，回大陆的时候，竟然为了买一种叫18天的啤酒，打着计程车连跑4家超市，疯狂扫空货架，才勉强凑够了3件。当宝贝一样托运回大陆，很多网友都在问：只有台湾才有吗？这款台湾的18天生啤到底有什么魔力，能让这位重庆老哥如此上头呢？我们一起来看一下。
大家好，我在台北上班了，这儿要回重庆，这儿是从桃园飞重庆。去桃园机场之前，家属带我去趟超市，去买他个5、6、7、8件，那个18天的生啤，回去走。都没得，只能这个你了。我想问一下，这个18升这个有没有整罐、整件的？就是一大件的。
没有哎。
只有这些吗？
对。
哦。
等一下，这个日期好像有点近。
好近，多近啊？
要23哦。
今天要20。
今天20了。
就没有了吗？
对啊，没有了。
啊，那就这些吗？可以。
你要买多少啊？
你有多少啊？还有2件是吧？
对。
那就全部都要啊？
全部。
全部。
之前要哈。
好。
0806。
可以刷卡吗？
可以。
有吗？这样够不够？还差一半嘛。还差一半，那先这样，那是另外1件。好。买的那个啤酒好难哦，那个就把它全部搞定，家乐福。18升，哎，没有啊，这个。
有单的，有一组的。
不，你大的整组的有没有？
都是直接拆箱进来。
哦。那你可以帮我找个箱子装吗？
可以。
好。哎，好爽啊！那扯开了。
这个应该可以放4组。
好，这日期都是一样的是吧？
日期我们可以看一下。
应该是新鲜的。再拿1种，好。
有没有会？
没有。
那5组是1290。
好，搞定，3件，够了。这个多得不得了，多得不得了。这个那就太多了。然后我就直接到底，没关系啊。好 ，OK， 走吧，走，1000万。我还要去让他打个包。你这个哈，每次进去的时候看他们有没有箱子给你。他有，我去打包就行了。对啊，你在里面包一下。我在里面包一下。打包，椭圆，金币提纯，鸡打包。我打个包。
打个包好来。
哎。
哪一个要打包？
这2个包在一起就 OK 了。
等一下，我拿个箱子看。
这2罐放右边，注意啊，3件，刚刚好，22.8。
22.8啊。
刚刚好。好，先帮我填充一下吧，140元哈。
对。
这样。好，谢谢啊，谢谢。这边重庆110。你好。
是到重庆后面有手机对不对？
对，去重庆。
总共是2件。
2件对。29公斤。啤酒。包装好了，在你们机场打的包。
隔着屏幕，我都感受到了这位重庆大哥的执念。影片一发出来，立刻引发了大陆各地网友的强烈共鸣。上海的网友说，台湾人估计都没见过你这么买的。确实，把超市冰柜包圆这种操作，店员估计也是一脸懵。更搞笑的是，北京网友直接被种草了，见识到了，下次回北京我也要装一堆台啤回去。那么，这酒到底好不好喝？ 喝过的网友可是给出了极高的评价。重庆的网友说，这啤酒喝过一次就难忘了。贵州的网友说，在台湾喝过这款啤酒，超好喝，可惜大陆没有。四川的网友说，翻遍了各大的购物网站都没有这款啤酒，因为这款啤酒主打的就是一个新鲜，本身产量就不多，在台湾都不一定那么容易买到，更不用说要出口到大陆了。还有的网友问，怎么才能买到嘞？好想喝。留言区里果然藏龙卧虎，有个大神支了一招，如果你在台湾有亲戚朋友，可以请他们帮忙寄，我是让台湾的朋友用顺丰冷链寄的。厉害！好家伙，为了喝口啤酒，连跨海冷链都安排上了。不得不说，这些大陆网友还真是神通广大，为了这口18天，真的是想尽各种办法都要搞到手啊。看到这里，估计很多人心里都有个问号，既然这款18天生啤在大陆这么受欢迎，那为什么大陆的酒商不直接进口来卖呢？答案很简单，根本来不及。普通啤酒的保质期一般是半年到1年，但这款18天，顾名思义，它的生命周期就只有短短的18天，因为它采用的是不经过高温杀菌的微孔过滤技术，保留了啤酒里面最活性、最鲜甜的酵母。但也正因为这样，它对温度和时间的要求极其严苛，全程必须严格控制在0°C到7°C的全程冷链环境里。一瓶酒从台湾的工厂出厂，走报关、检验检疫、清关手续，再通过海运或者空运到大陆，最后送到各地的超市或者你手里。这整套常规进口流程走下来，最快也要折腾个半个月。等你终于拿到手开盖的时候，这酒不仅保质期过了一半，甚至临期，连最核心的鲜味也早就挥发光了。加上全程死磕，冷链的运输成本高得吓人，就算真的有商进过来，单瓶的价格恐怕也要翻好几倍。对于酒商来说，损耗风险太大，这几乎是个不可能完成的任务。所以啊，不是酒商不想赚钱，而是这款酒的脾气实在太大了。这也难怪会有大陆游客一到台湾就忍不住疯狂扫货。不过话说回来，既然18天因为保质期限制很难进到大陆，台湾其实还有一款非常经典的国民啤酒——台湾啤酒。跟18天不一样，台湾啤酒在大陆的一些大型超市可以买得到，而且也有不少大陆网友对它很感兴趣。那它的味道到底能不能征服大陆网友的味蕾呢？接下来我们就来看看几段大陆网友第一次喝台湾啤酒的真实反应。
哎，看到了一个台湾啤酒哎，尝一尝哦。
刚刚在超市里顺手捞了一个台湾啤酒，还从来没有喝过，正好就上我们北京最贵麻辣烫。你知道这麻辣烫有多贵吗？197，心在滴血。还好我走哪都带着土起子。晚吗？好吧，只有晚了，就这样吧。这啤酒11.5块，11.5的拉格，我真的觉得很垃圾。没有啊，我觉得它还有一点香哎，沙口感还是蛮适中的，会有很明显的米的味道，还有一些酥皮面包的味道。为什么会有那么强的米香呢？啊，人家真的有米，看到了吗？蓬莱米。据我一些台湾的朋友说，蓬莱米呢是台湾种植的比较多的一种米，在拉格里算不错的，也比较干净。
故乡是一湾浅浅的海峡，我在这头，他在那头。台湾啤酒330毫升3.6块，原卖值11.2，酒精度5，产地台南市。不聊别的，光说酒，屡获金奖，看看怎么样？泡沫丰富，较为绵密，消散的一般，酒体中黄清澈，闻起来麦芽的香甜，还有一些氧化。入口整个酒比较扎实，麦芽的香气也给足了，沙口感算是比较强了。回味是轻微的酸和特别稳健的酒花的苦味儿，收口可以做到非常干净了。这是一款非常标准的美式淡色拉格，该有的都有，不该有的没有，完全也不啰嗦。如果日期再新鲜一点的话，这个酒完全没有问题。3块多钱的售价呢，我觉得几乎已经没有对手了。酒是真的好，中规中矩的大标杆，75分没有问题。
今天晚上喝这个台湾啤酒，这个台湾啤酒应该和青岛啤酒是一家的，那我就一定要尝尝这款台湾啤酒到底和青岛啤酒像不像。比较有意思的话题啊，希望大家不要太敏感啊。配料表很有意思啊，大麦芽、蓬莱米，蓬莱米是啥？山东蓬莱的大米吗？啤酒花、酒精5度，麦芽度没有找到，咱来试一试啊。宝岛台湾的啤酒，颜色金黄，是非常熟悉的那种老派啤酒厂的感觉啊，麦香很火，但是感觉沙口感好像弱一点。台湾烟酒股份有限公司，这个应该是台湾兄弟们经常喝的一款啤酒，很不错，我觉得很不错。
很多大陆网友对台湾啤酒的第一印象都是很不错的，也正因为这样，没喝过台湾啤酒的网友就开始好奇了。 台湾啤酒麦香味足不足，拘不拘舌头，打不打嗝？大陆大部分超市都买不到好喝点的啤酒了，都是些工业苦味啤酒。这位网友说的，真的有这么夸张吗？刚好就有一位大陆网友在超市一口气买了10几款不同品牌的啤酒回家实测，结果一查配料表，竟然有95%以上都是所谓的工业啤酒。
喝了几十年的啤酒，结果95%以上，平时我们喝的都是工业啤酒。讲解一下，我们平时喝的酒、喝的啤酒，到底哪些是水啤酒，哪些是工业啤酒，哪些是纯粮啤酒？刚才我问了一下豆包，工业啤酒和纯粮啤酒它配料表的区别。纯粮啤酒它就只有4种，第一个是水、麦芽然后和啤酒花加酵母。然后工业啤酒的话就是水、麦芽、大米、玉米、淀粉、糖浆、酒花、杏膏和添加剂。然后好啤酒的话，它的酒精度的话都是大于等于5度。工业啤酒的话，一般是在3度到4.5度。我们研究一一的去看一下。这个是喜力喜力的配料表的话是有麦芽、水、啤酒花，就没得其他的东西的了哈，应该就是属于纯粮啤酒喜力哈，我们就把它归类放在这儿。这个是麦克类，那我们再看下它的配料表：大麦、小麦芽、白砂糖、啤酒花、啤酒酵母，有白砂糖。这个我现在我暂不确定，它到底是属于工业啤酒还是。
明明一句台词都没有，却只凭一个眼神，就成为无数人的心理阴影。单单一个动作，压迫感直接拉满。提到少林足球的魔鬼队，很多人印象最深的就是这个9号前锋。整部片子他没有一句台词，但是一双凶狠凌厉的眼神就压得住整个足球场的气势。但谁能想到，这样气场强大的角色被选中，竟然纯属巧合。
在我上场之前，其实呢，我都不知道我自己饰演什么角色的。试过镜之后呢，星爷呢就确定了我演9号。
当年周星驰筹备少林足球时，对9号球员的选角非常头疼，因为电影的高光集中在球赛，每个镜头都不能浪费，必须要展现出极具压迫的气势。可是这样的演员太少了，于是剧组开启大范围海选，广州、上海、香港多地招人。冲着周星驰的名号，短短几天就来了7000多人试镜，其中就有施子云。当时优秀的演员非常多，而施子云混一身功夫，毫无演戏经验。结果周星驰一见到他，就立刻让他留下。原来施子云不仅是少林弟子，还是武警武术教头。军人身份的施子云，目光沉稳有神，自带的凌厉气场，直接让周星驰眼前一亮。这坚毅的眼神，本色出演就够了。在拍摄的时候，周星驰的镜头也主要集中在施子云的眼神上。9号直勾勾的眼神，感觉他一个人能踢整个少林队，浑身散发的反派气场，让这段直接成为经典。剧中他的每次出场都只有几个片段，但是都极具震慑力。就这一幕，看不清五官的镜头，恐怖的气势直接拉满。之后更是一脚踢向四师兄的头，把人踢出球场。当年已经播出，不少观众都直呼害怕。不过没人知道的是，在原剧本里，9号其实是有对白的，但是施子云没有演戏的经验，性格也比较内向，讲台词总是磕巴。但周星驰却很有耐心，不仅删掉了全部台词，让他只靠眼神就碾压全场，还手把手的给他设计动作，亲身示范教学。
你能看到网上的经典动作、表情，其实都是星爷一对一的指导、设计、拍摄而来的。
俗家弟子出身的世子云，从来没有接触过演戏，他自幼在嵩山少林寺习武，练就了一身过硬的少林功夫。之后还赢过全国散打冠军，在少林足球的剧组，他更是所有演员中武功最高的。电影里流畅的动作，干脆利落的出头，让9号球员仅凭眼神和身手，就成了整部影片压迫感最强的反派。
時間冇多啦，出絕招啦！
不过在这之后的世子云却没有选择继续拍戏，因为他深知，要不是遇见了周星驰这样的导演，自己根本就不是演戏的这块料。
这次呢，就特别的多谢星爷的塑造，受用终身。少林足球呢，这部戏其实讲述的就是你我这样的平凡人，通过不懈的努力，最终实现梦想、实现价值的一个故事。
周星驰拍摄《功夫女足》时，电影上映后，世子云特意剪了当年同款发型，来到发布会现场送上祝贺。
我想同一個老朋友打個招呼好嘛？即係我們以前我會隊嘅隊長，你覺得得啊？即係我哋而家黃眉隊係咪比當年你哋魔鬼隊仲犀利咧？黃眉隊係犀利啲㗎，咧大和隊咧我哋可以比試下㗎。哦，好啊。
而魔鬼队除了9号之外，另一个亮点就是21号门将。他不仅是唯一一位有台词的球员，更是全剧中牺牲最大的人物。和世子云的气场完全不同，21号门将一头飘逸的长发有尾吸睛，但却半点不显洋气。这一击直接震惊了少林队，尤其是这个动作，直接成为了经典名场面，就连阿星都忍不住模仿。镜头扫过，门将锐利的眼神，球门上的手印，直接让少林队员压力爆表。阿星又踢出了威力巨大的一脚，连草皮都掀起波浪，结果再次被门将轻松接住，随后将球蓄力扔出，直接穿过球场，一球砸倒了四师兄。这样硬核的实力，让少林队看不到赢的希望。上半场一直被压着打，等到下半场，少林队开始绝境反击，长发门将更是上演精彩防守，打碎了少林队的希望。这一幕至今都是名场面。剧里硬核的角色，其实剧外也一样硬核。曹华6岁习武，1990年进入张家口市体校武术队，师从程亚林。当初少林足球剧组缺人，正广泛招募演员，曹华经圈内人引荐，加入了周星驰剧组。曹华在少林足球里还有一段高能画面，至今还在互联网被疯狂传播。拍完少林足球后，曹华也正式踏入影视行业，常年担任剧组武术指导，积累了大量实战经验，后期更是晋升导演，独立执导了多部影视作品。除了魔鬼队的卧虎藏龙，少林队的二师兄也是不容小觑，但相比于武术镜头，他却靠一段對白爆火全網。
點解我老豆唔係李嘉誠啊？點解我生得咁靚仔，但係要甩頭髮？你哋兩個咁肉酸，但係冇甩頭髮。
顶着一缕刘海的二师兄，配上这段灵魂拷问，直接逗笑了全场观众。估计没人想到，这一段精彩片段是临场发挥的。当时周星驰没有确定台词，拍摄的时候直接即兴表演，二师兄完全不知道该说什么，但为了不耽误进度，硬着头皮说出了这句经典台词。没想到却让对戏的周星驰都笑翻了，也就直接用在了正片里。而且有趣的是，二师兄标志性的地中海发型也是周星驰亲自设计。扮演者莫美玲在拍完一部清代戏后，周星驰直接建议保留发型，还特意修剪了前面頭髮。
我細個時仲喺個老坑逼住你咩爛鬼武功，練到依家喺呢度， 洗碗都死。阿二師兄，你冷靜啲啊！其實命運始終掌握自己手嘅。冷靜？如果唔夠冷靜啊，我就一刀斬死你兩個反腸。冷靜。
但这么讨厌变偶的二师兄，剧外可是一个真正的武者。莫美玲外号猫仔，8岁就进入体操队训练，荣获全国锦标赛跳马、双杠以及自由体操的第2名，直接入选国家体操队。之后被周星驰选中，也是因为这一身结实的体操功底。莫美玲去试镜少林足球的时候，根本不知道这是个电影试镜，只是突然接到了武术指导刘家荣的电话，让他去一个酒店表演托马斯拳拳，他就直接去了。本以为事情就这样结束了，可没想到他17年的体操功底还是征服了周星驰。
就算已经淹水，外头的雨还是下不停。屏东这里现场拉起封锁线，避免外头的人进来，但里面的还是得生活。汽机车路过时溅起大量水花。
这是熄火的吗？
没有，我不敢开，因为
路人就怕摔倒，这段路只能靠双脚往前。这里是东港镇的中正路，居民说水最高的时候淹到膝盖的高度，旁边的店家就像这样把篮子整齐放在门口。
就是防止脏的东西。对。
挡住了垃圾，却阻止不了雨水。屋子里面贵重物品全部架高放在椅子和桌子上。凌晨的暴雨来袭，造成屏东多处传出淹水灾情，民众冒雨骑车买东西，只敢停在地势比较高的位置。店家为了做生意，只能这样涉水。但这间自助餐店很惨，食材都准备了，遇到淹水，只好临时取消营业。
已经超过30公分了，三角洲已经都快整只不见了。
场景来到新园乡不止卧龙路，靠近东港西的港西村，疑似地势比较低，加上排水孔被堵住，水淹到小腿肚高。村长广播提醒居民尽量别外出，这户人家前后门只用木板和毛巾挡着，唯一剩下的抽水机没停过。民众说，今年这样淹水已经是第2次了，希望治水的方案能够再升级。毕竟谁都不想，只要大雨轰炸，家园就像这幅淹水景象。TVB新闻吴宗勋屏东报道。
想看最完整的新闻内容，记得下载 TVBS 新闻网 APP。
每天努力工作上班，但薪水一入账后，不仅要支付自己的生活费，还有他。2只大狗狗当作伴是不少人的日常。退休后，虽然公司都有依照政府规定，每个月提拨薪水的6%存到劳工个人退休专户里头，也照顾员工的未来。
退休以后才用得到的钱，所以平常就没有特别想到去关心，就当做没这笔钱。对一些比较没有理财观念的人，那是一种强迫储蓄的概念，可能是好的。但是对我来说，就是他拿去投资的标的，例如说现在去年的报道，它大概也是30%在台积电上面，那我就会思考说，那 如果这笔钱是我自己不用的话，也许我可以我自己去投台积电，或是买其他的 ETF 等等，这样我就会觉得说，对我来说会比较成效会好一点。
劳退新制在2005年7月份开始实施，雇主得要每个月提拨6%的退休金，等到劳工年满60岁后就能申请提领。而这笔钱不是从薪水里扣，是雇主另外负担。劳工也可以选择自愿多提缴，但对很多上班族来说，尤其刚出社会的年轻人，光要应付眼前的生活就不容易了。举例，月薪4万元，雇主提交6%，每个月2400块，估计薪资成长还有投资收益，30年后本金至少会有86.4万以上。虽然现在多存代表着本金跟收益差距随着时间会不断的扩大，但这些年过去了，通货膨胀也跟着变大，30年后这80多万恐怕变得更加不够用。
自提退休金这个最多的6%，好处在于它有一些节税的一个效果。但是我们想象，如果是一个比较年轻的世代，他在职场没有太多的时间的累积，其实他的每个月的薪资让他可以支配的所得也是比较有限的。那另外一种情况是，现在也蛮多年轻人，他们会自己更认为说，他自己去把这个钱做自己想要的投资理财，他更相信自己的投资的绩效。
当时的时空背景，政府认为先求有，再求好。劳工团体对此也提出质疑，实施21年，6%没有任何调整。反观这几年下来的通货膨胀率，大家担心的不只是要准备退休的钱，而是当年可以买到的东西，现今早已是不同价格。台湾平均每年通膨率落在1.2%到1.8%，累计物价涨幅来到30%到35%，等于20年前1000块可以买到的东西，现在要1300元以上。物价不断堆叠，未来的退休成本只会持续累加。
最一开始在旧制转到新制的时候，我们旧制的劳工退休金的水准其实是比现在的2倍还要高。那所以现在这个6%的这个劳退新制提拨的水准，我们看实际平均请领，在2014年也大概就是5、6千块。那所以其实真的是非常不足以让劳工应付他退休生活。
每当调高1个百分点，企业支出就跟着增加，雇主只能自行吸收，是不是到最后又变相转嫁到员工身上？
这个是两难哦，因为我们也理解，如果你只考量用人成本，那你可能会牺牲你对人才的吸引。这时候你可能想要吸引一些新人啊，其实薪资的竞争力，现在越来越多人是看月薪是不是足够有竞争力，所以这个是要去权衡的地方。其实台湾这几年来已经蛮长一段时间，就政府也很用力在宣传说 GDP 有成长，然后经济状况现在台湾经济很好。对啊，那我们实际去比较这个 GDP 的成长，或者说企业的获利，以及我们劳工的报酬的那个水准有没有提升？公司赚钱，但其实根本就没有分配给劳工，没有分享这个利润。
21年的6%要不要调整？这背后牵动着800多万名劳工的薪资，还有60多万个事业单位的经营成本。也许劳工总是担心能不能安心退休，但当前的物价不断往前走，退休制度也要跟着修正，迟迟原地踏步，最终内耗的问题依旧要整个社会共同承担。TVB 新闻中的荣秀伦台北采访报道。
想看最完整的新闻内容，记得下载 TVBS 新闻网 APP。
再生能源是全球的一大趋势，台湾的目标是要在2025年达到绿电15%。不过，再生能源发电有间歇性问题，如果呢没有储能系统，的确呢很容易会浪费掉。因此，为了保障电网稳定性，宜兰、苏澳跟花莲和平的储能系统占全台湾储能总容量的72%，希望发挥调节功用。
一只高耸的风力发电机伫立在道路两旁，还有一大片的太阳能板。这里是彰滨工业区，也是西部重要的风力发电场域。
现在是中午时间呢，是太阳能发电的最大值。不过，当太阳能发电没有用完的时候呢，其实就要靠这个储能柜来做调节以及电力的储存。不过，现在储能柜呢，不只是在做绿电的转换之外，其 其实它有很大的功用，就是来稳定电网。
目前储能系统在台泥集团的部分，这个区块我们大概可以调节到20%左右，20%到30%左右。
在白色货柜里装载的就是储能重要电池储能装置，也是国内首座大型 AFC 智慧储能系统，调节光电、风电的间歇性，让绿电发挥最大功效。
储能在电网的运用，它其实分所谓的这个我们叫表前跟表后了哈。表前就是直接参与电网的运作啊，接受这个台电的指挥去做运作。啊，我刚才讲，特别是在台电有这个电网频率不稳或者是供电不足的时候啊，因为它反应非常快啊，可以立刻去参加台电的，我们大概就是一个应急救急的状况。虽然来更重要，它是行为这个所谓微电码的一环啊，上面这种就是纯粹所谓的叫动态调频。它是根据这个电网的频率，万一有不稳的时候，加入系统去调频。
为了确保电网稳定性，这座动态储能柜能够及时补足电网需求。不止在彰滨，台泥在宜兰苏澳建制35 MW ED Red 储能系统，再加上最大储能装置的花莲和平厂100 MW， 相当于提供3万多家户24小时的用电量。全台加起来的储能占国内 ED Red 储能总容量72%，达到145 MW。不过，要走上绿能发电，光是台湾现有的储能柜仍是远远不够。
以台湾的储能严格来讲，现在其实还是很欠缺的。其实台湾的所谓的这个净零的策略，它2050年净零税，它有一个要求，你绿电要达到一定的比例嘛。那对我们来看，这个储能跟这个绿电，它其实要有一定的比例，才能够让这个绿电发挥它100%的功能。以我们的角度来看，我们认为至少应该有20%的这个储能去搭配绿电，才能够让这个绿电100%发挥的功能。那以现在台湾目前整个装置量哈，就是已经上线的装置量，以我们来看啊，你把这个电池加起来，大概也就是差不多1 GW 的这个量。那其实现在的绿能早就已经是20-30了，其实这个比例其实是还不足的。台湾的电网相对稳，所以调频的这个需求它大概已经达到上限。可是它真正的问题是在这种因为绿能产生的供电的夜间跟这个白天的不平均，这块的储能是远远没有办法满足现有的要求的。
建制储能做小风填谷，移转电能，提升能源运转效率。不止量体要大，过去储能厂的安全性遭到附近居民质疑，现在储能柜防火防爆的效能升级，让家户型工业厂房的储能更能普及化。
3段式的一个安全保护，也就是说，当今天电池它可能温度已经超过异常的过温范围的时候，的电池管理系统就会先做一步先把电源切断。当今天真的意外发生的时候，我们是直接注水，然后去透过水去淹没掉所有电池柜，去把它完全灭火。
随着绿能的需求，根据再生能源顾问公司预估，2030年台湾电池储能市场累积规模大约达到7到8 GW， 累积市场规模高达2000亿台币。若以全球市场来看，2022年全球储能市场规模达到447亿美元，预估2032年成长到1679亿美元。
全电网型储能其实，相对于再生能源成长的比率来讲，目前还是有成长跟进步的空间。针对国内来说，再生能源的渗透率越高，对应的储能系统也需要增设。那未来就是考虑到你储能系统的成本能不能够降低，决定它在商业化跟大规模的应用的可能性。
加上未来用电大户1/10的总电量都得靠绿能支撑，储能设备必须得跟上，才能真正落实绿色家园愿景。TVB 新闻于新海刘军彰化采访报道。
那您知道用过的纸餐盒回收应该丢哪里呢？有人认为应该是要丢纸类吧，但其实这是错误答案，必须要丢进纸容器回收才对。而目前台湾的纸餐盒回收率虽然达到80%，但其中不乏的是分类不清或贪图方便没洗干净，观念恐怕还有待提升。
清洗过后的纸餐盒，随后依照分类丢入餐盒垃圾桶。员工中午用餐日常，随手分类做环保，但在纸餐盒这一块分类上要特别注意。
纸餐盒是餐盒，它不是纸类啊，因为纸类就是我们一般的纸张，它纸餐盒是容器，带回来用完之后要把它清洗完，清洗干净之后水甩干，再放在那个纸容器的回收的桶子里面。
纸餐盒虽然是纸开头，但却非要丢 丢在纸类回收。很多人更因为用餐关系，餐盒油腻有脏污，为了方便就直接丢入一般垃圾，导致本来可以回收的纸类餐盒变成垃圾烧毁。环境部表示，主因是在于纸餐盒为了防油防水，通常会有特殊隔膜或者材料，导致在回收上要特别处理，不能直接丢纸类或者当成一般垃圾。
我们全家都会，从长辈、小孩，我们每个人都会分类，对，因为分类好，清洁队才比较方便收取，这样子分得很清楚。餐盒就是盒子，啊，纸张就是纸张，然后就是什么报章杂志啊，另外一款报纸啊、杂志啊，那个就是纸张。
有很多民众吃完了以后就觉得，哎，沾了油脂，沾了汤汤水水香，那刚刚应该没有回收价值了，就把它给丢到垃圾桶。当然有一些民众呢，当然也想着说，哎，纸嘛，那大概也是应该，那我就跟着可能跟纸箱啊，甚至是还有一些旧报纸、旧杂志就一起回收。那这个对我们来讲都是比较不是很妥适的一个去处。
环境部指出，因为一次性餐盒为了防水还有防油渍，会在表面上涂上一层聚乙烯，或者采取净蜡处理，额外添加了塑胶薄膜，必须要送到特定处理厂跟纸盒分离，才能循环再利用。因此，在回收上不能跟废纸一起丢回收，而是要单独丢到餐盒容器类回收。提醒民众在分类上要特别注意。
希望民众其实分这样的一个纸单盒，你也不用太麻烦你只要配合清洁队的自收日像以台北市来讲，它会分一个叫做立体日，你跟着瓶瓶罐罐那一天就把它丢到自收车就可以了，把它擦拭干净，菜渣把它倒掉。有这样的一个简单的一个清理的一个作业，其实它就能够提高后端的一个再利用的一个循环。
要回收纸餐盒容器，必须要送到专业的废纸容器处理厂。首先将临膜跟纸张分离，回收纤维之后再制成纸制品。塑胶膜也会处理成塑胶粒，再加工成塑胶制品。为了回收效率，建议民众在回收纸容器之前，先简单清洗油渍，晾干之后堆叠，减少容积。完成之后再交给资源回收车处理。
如果在分类上，纸类跟纸容器是必须被分开来的，因为一部分是有补贴，一部分没有。处理量能上是有限的。那如果处理量能上有限，那当然这样处理厂它就会去挑回收物嘛。那如果说这些回收物它特别的脏、特别的乱，那也许对回收厂来讲，他觉得回收起来它并不划算，那他可能就会把它就拒绝回收，或者是直接就丢弃，也会造成民众他所谓的这样的误会。
环境部跟经部表示，纸餐盒回收行之有年，在回收上也算前段班。目前纸餐盒回收率达80%，但往往因为分类观念不清，或者民众贪图方便，导致回收率难以再提升。专责回收厂的业者点出，厂商目前会大量使用纸杯、纸容器，但在国内能够处理纸杯的厂商并不多。在近期暴增的纸杯量的情况之下，能否完整处理掉，值得观察。
这一点就跟塑胶容器不一样，塑胶容器的话，它其实很简单的粉碎、清洗、造粒就可以。可是纸容器的话呢，你就必须想办法去散浆，并且把塑胶淋膜给分离开来，所以它的碳排或者是它的废水，相对其实都是蛮高的。那这一点也就是说，有一个问题在于，那处理这些纸容器、纸餐盒的工厂多吗？其实并不多，台湾就少数几家而已。
环保回收行之有年，小小纸餐盒观念上也得加强，让回收效率得以提升。TVBS 新闻刘海来一名台北采访报道。
想看最完整的新闻内容，记得下载 TVBS 新闻网 APP。
再生能源是全球的一大趋势，台湾的目标是要在2025年达到绿电15%。不过，再生能源发电有间歇性问题，如果呢没有储能系统，的确呢很容易会浪费掉。因此，为了保障电网稳定性，宜兰苏澳跟花莲和平的储能系统占全台湾储能总容量的72%，希望发挥调节功用。
一只高耸的风力发电机伫立在道路两旁，还有一大片的太阳能板。这里是彰滨工业区，也是西部重要的风力发电场域。
现在是中午时间呢，是太阳能发电的最大值。不过，当太阳能发电没有用完的时候呢，其实就要靠这个储能柜来做调节以及电力的储存。不过，现在储能柜呢，不只是在做绿电的转换之外，其实它有很大的功用，就是来稳定电网。
储能系统在台泥集团的部分，这个区块我们大概可以调节到20%左右，20%到30%左右。
在白色货柜里装载的就是储能重要电池储能装置，也是国内首座大型 AFC 智慧储能系统，调节光电、风电的间歇性，让绿电发挥最大功效。
储能在电网的运用，它其实分所谓的这个我们叫表前跟表后了哈。表前就是直接参与电网的运作，接受这个台电的指挥去做运作。那我刚才讲，特别是在台电有这个电网频率不稳或者是供电不足的时候，因为它反应非常快，可以立刻去参加台电的，我大概就是一个应急救急的状况。虽然来更重要，它是行为这个所谓微电法的一环。张斌这种就是纯粹所谓的叫动态调频，它是根据这个电网的频率万一有不稳的时候，加入系统去调频。
为了确保电网稳定性，这座动态储能柜能够及时补足电网需求。不止在彰滨，台泥在宜兰苏澳建制35 MW ED-REC 储能系统，再加上最大储能装置的花莲和平厂100 MW， 相当于提供3万多家户24小时的用电量。全台加起来的储能占国内 ED-REC 储能总容量72%，达到145 MW。不过，要走上绿能发电，光是台湾现有的储能柜仍是远远不够。
以台湾的储能严格来讲，现在其实还是很欠缺的。其实台湾的所谓的这个净零的策略，它2050年净零税，它有一个要求，你绿电要达到一定的比例嘛。那对我们来看，这个储能跟这个绿电，它其实要有一定的比例，才能够让这个绿电发挥它100%的功能。以我们的角度来看，我们认为至少应该有20%的这个储能去搭配绿电，才能够让这个绿电100%发挥的功能。那以现在台湾目前整个装置量就是已经上线的装置量，以我们来看你把这个电池加起来，大概也就是差不多1 GW 的这个量。那其实现在的绿能早就已经是20-30了，其实这个比例其实是还不足的。台湾的电网相对稳，所以调频的这个需求它大概已经达到上限。可是它真正的问题是在这种因为绿能产生的供电的夜间跟这个白天的不平均，这块的储能是远远没有办法满足现有的要求的。
建制储能做消峰填谷，移转电能，提升能源运转效率。不止量体要大，过去储能厂的安全性遭到附近居民质疑，现在储能柜防火防爆的效能升级，让家户型工业厂房的储能更能普及化。
3段式的一个安全保护，也就是说，当今天电池它可能温度已经超过异常的过温范围的时候，的电池管理系统就会先做一步先把电源切断。当今天真的意外发生的时候，我们是直接注水，然后去透过水去淹没掉所有电池柜，去把它完全灭火。
随着绿能的需求，根据再生能源顾问公司预估，2030年台湾电池储能市场累积规模大约达到7到8 GW， 累积市场规模高达2000亿台币。若以全球市场来看，2022年全球储能市场规模达到447亿美元，预估2032年成长到1679亿美元。
现在电网进储能其实，相对于再生能源成长的比率来讲，目前还是有成长跟进步的空间。针对国内来说，再生能源的渗透率如果越高，对应的储能系统也需要增设。那未来就是考虑到你储能系统的成本能不能够降低，决定它在商业化跟大规模的应用的可能性。
加上未来用电大户1/10的总电量都得靠绿能支撑，储能设备必须得跟上，才能真正落实绿色家园愿景。TVB 新闻于现在刘军彰化采访报道。
那您知道用过的纸餐盒回收应该丢哪里呢？有人认为应该是要丢纸类吧，但其实这是错误答案，必须要丢进纸容器回收才对。而目前台湾的纸餐盒回收率虽然达到80%，但其中不乏的是分类不清或贪图方便没洗干净，观念恐怕还有待提升。
清洗过后的纸餐盒，随后依照分类丢入餐盒垃圾桶。员工中午用餐经常随手分类做环保，但在纸餐盒这一块分类上要特别注意。
纸餐盒是餐盒，它不是纸类啊，因为纸类就是我们一般的纸张，它纸餐盒是容器，带回来用完之后把它清洗完，清洗干净之后水甩干，再放在那个纸容器的回收的桶子里面。
纸餐盒虽然是纸开头，但却非要丢在纸类回收。很多人更因为用餐关系，餐盒油腻有脏污，为了方便就直接丢入一般垃圾。 导致本来可以回收的纸类餐盒变成垃圾烧毁。环境部表示，主因是在于纸餐盒为了防油防水，通常会有特殊隔膜或者材料，导致在回收上要特别处理，不能直接丢纸类或者当成一般垃圾。
我们全家都会，从长辈、小孩，我们每个人都会分类，对，因为分类好，清洁队才比较方便收取，这样子分得很清楚。餐盒就是盒子啊，纸张就是纸张，然后就是什么报章杂志啊，另外一款报纸啊、整机啊，那个就是纸张。
有很多民众吃完了以后就觉得，哎呀，沾了油脂，沾了汤汤水水香，那刚刚应该没有回收价值了，就把它给丢到垃圾桶。那有一些民众呢，当然也想着说，哎，纸嘛，那大概也是应该，那我就跟着可能跟纸箱啊，甚至是还有一些旧报纸、旧杂志就一起回收。那这个对我们来讲都是比较不是很妥适的一个去处。
环境部点出，因为一次性餐盒为了防水还有防油渍，会在表面上涂上一层聚乙烯，或者采取浸蜡处理。额外添加的塑胶薄膜必须要送到特定处理厂跟纸盒分离，才能循环再利用。因此，在回收上不能跟废纸一起丢回收，而是要单独丢到餐盒容器类回收。提醒民众在分类上要特别注意。
希望民众其实分这样的一个纸餐盒，你也不用太麻烦你只要配合清洁队的自收日像以台北市来讲，它会分一个叫做立体日，你跟着瓶瓶罐罐那一天就把它丢到自收车就可以了，把它擦拭干净，拆张把它倒掉。有这样的一个简单的一个清理的一个作业，其实它就能够提高后端的一个再利用的一个循环。
要回收纸餐盒容器，必须要送到专业的废纸容器处理厂。首先将临膜跟纸张分离，回收纤维之后再制成纸制品。塑胶膜也会处理成塑胶粒，再加工成塑胶制品。为了回收效率，建议民众在回收纸容器之前，先简单清洗油渍，晾干之后堆叠，减少容积。完成之后，再交给资源回收车处理。
如果在分类上，纸类跟纸容器是必须被分开来的，因为一部分是有补贴，一部分没有。处理量能上是有限的。那如果处理量能上有限，那当然这样处理厂它就会去挑回收物嘛。那如果说这些回收物它特别的脏、特别的乱，那也许对回收厂来讲，他觉得回收起来它并不划算，那他可能就会把它就拒绝回收，或者是直接就丢弃，也会造成民众他所谓的这样的误会。
环境部跟经部表示，纸餐盒回收行之有年，在回收上也算前段班。目前纸餐盒回收率达80%，但往往因为分类观念不清，或者民众贪图方便，导致回收率难以再提升。专责回收厂离业者点出，厂商目前会大量使用纸杯、纸容器，但在国内能够处理纸杯的厂商并不多。在近期暴增的纸杯量的情况之下，能否完整处理掉，值得观察。
这一点就跟塑胶容器不一样，塑胶容器的话，它其实很简单的粉碎、清洗、造粒就可以。可是纸容器的话呢，你就必须想办法去散浆，并且把塑胶淋膜给分离开来，所以它的碳排或者是它的废水相对其实都是蛮高的。那这一点也就是说，有一个问题在于，那处理这些纸容器、纸餐盒的工厂多吗？其实并不多，台湾就少数几家而已。
环保回收行之有年，小小纸餐盒观念上也得加强，让回收效率得以提升。TVB 新闻6号来明台北采访报道。
想看最完整的新闻内容，记得下载 TVBS 新闻网 APP。
TVBS 42台完全省钱恋爱手册即将进入尾声。
我是恋爱中的买口罩，我们要把我们的幸福分享出去给所有人，让他们和我们一样幸福。变化怎么那么大？
这个恋爱实在是太恐怖，这样把人的幸福变得更不正常。
本周日晚间8点，剧情甜蜜，请戴上墨镜准时收看。
完全省钱恋爱手册，有钱没钱都要爱。现在小白鞋特辑，最潮的都在这里。男主啊，不是把这个鞋子拿出来给他，我就立刻冲
最新的写法，像是那种滑板鞋，走丹宁布的这个面料，饼干鞋。
每周自修今天晚间9点，女人我最大，想时尚。
地球正面临极大困境之际，我们需要行动。
第8届全球华文永续报道奖
现正征件中，6月1号到6月30，让我们一起用文字、
影像、
声音的创意，携手为地球的永续努力。
详情请见官方网站。
我们的表情像和平吗？我是要叛逆吗？我们不可信，我们是诈骗离婚。
其实以前比 B 这件事情，如果在国外，你的手势是反的，是有另外一种意思的。可能这又是一种就是新时代表达自我的一个passion。
过几年变这样。
也太复杂了吧？从刚才地方
你不要反正叛逆。
TVBS 欢乐台42频道，周1到周5晚间8点，拜托 ATM。
好香哦！
香叶很香，而且深深分明。
我很下饭。
对，树香，当时区段哦。
这种呢，季后慢慢练练，
有两次第一次的故事。
后面奶味是怎么样炸出来的？它等于在路上的海上的秋多欢。
欢迎收看今天的晚间6点新闻，我是谢亚柔。头条关心的是台北天母知名百货公司发生了50刀砍人事件，起因是搭车纠纷。这名36岁的男子挑计程车，他不搭第一台，要搭第2台，遭到问讲婉拒之后呢，愤而拿出了半公尺长的50刀，直接就砍伤了司机的背部，幸好没有生命危险，而且落网之后呢，还持刀打赤膊，触犯了杀人未遂跟恐吓罪，被检方申请羁押。
早上7点多，打赤膊的男子冲到路中央，一下弯低身体，一下举起双手乱挥，他挥的竟是已开封的武士刀，就这样在路上来回走，绕圈圈，而且还砍伤人。背上贴着纱布，差一点就被砍中要害。受伤的是跑车多年的詹姓计程车司机。
上我的车以后，然后带着武士刀，然后说要去桃园，我说大哥你带着武士刀，我不敢带你，就我要离开车上，他就拿刀砍我。
书生小黄司机是在台北市天母一间百货公司外的排班计程车。他说会拒驾的另一个原因是36岁的张姓嫌犯要搭车却没遵守规则，直接绕过第一辆小黄，坚持要上他的车。嫌犯被拒绝后失控大暴走，砍完人还用武士刀狂敲2辆计程车，造成侧边钣金多处凹陷，刮伤毁损。
为什么要砍人啊？为什么带武士刀？
刀子哪里来的？
这跟问讲什么恩怨是不是啊？
张姓嫌犯被以杀人未遂多项罪名移送到地检署，一走出分局，他不断踢脚耍赖，整个人一度悬空，用做鬼脸吐舌头，露出诡异笑容，大声反呛。进警车后，像大爷一样脚放在驾驶跟副驾中间的置物盒上。小黄司机最怕遇到这样的客人，但又要维持排班秩序，实在两难。
有人说，我就拜托你就玩个男车嘛，反正他出钱了，我们没办法干涉他。
在假日的百货公司外让武士刀砍人，还好当时还没到营业时间，人潮不多，否则像他这样乱冲乱挥，就怕有更多人无故遭波及。TVB 新闻华台报道。
拿武士刀攻击问讲的黑帮男子，事实上他是毒品管制人物，也是社区的头痛分子，黑历史前科满满。他忘记带钥匙，居然呢就朝着对讲机亮枪，让邻居开门，还违法骑了平衡车，烽火呢上桥，结果呢重心不稳，当街的摔车扑街。幸好没有酿成车祸，检警才会申请预防性的羁押，维护社会治安。
这位张姓男子，他在天母地区是经常犯案，而过去呢，他也因为毒品案件被判刑。去年2月的时候才出狱，却还是频频的闹事。这回呢，在砍伤的小黄问讲，警方也建请检察官预防性羁押。35岁张姓男子是四海帮的成员，过去跟银行借了1500万，还不出来，房子被法拍。在今年5月又因为毒品通缉被抓，但服刑到一半，房仲为了签约完全交屋，帮他一颗罚金10多万元，还他自由之身。但几天后又砍伤问讲。
大车的东西，然后会下一班路上，就是还会做一些中性的事，所以他这部戏都蛮快的，就知道会又是超节棍。
去年。
天一夜，埋放煤土爆炸处依旧冒着烟，凹陷积水处的水竟然被煮滚了起来，可见掩埋的煤土废弃物数量不少。随着检调追查进度，关键都在杨姓旧住户。他搬离社区后，今年6、7月份第一次堆放废弃物，当时有知会里长，后来自行移走。但8月第2次堆放煤土废弃物，没有知会里长，却被建商撞见，建商拍下车牌号码，成了铁证。不过最可恶的是，杨姓男子堆放煤土时还说谎。
建商他有甲我反映这问题，讲因看到，因就开去拍照片，他问伊讲白差。
第2次堆放煤土废弃物，里长是否真的不知情，现在成了调查的疑点。检调还要追查的是杨姓男子何时委托处理煤土废弃物。从委托人杨姓男子公司登记住址，已经变成了一家发廊，甚至王姓男子也在6月份就潜逃国外。两人是否就是共犯，或是另有委托人，有待检调继续抽丝剥茧。但受到连环爆炸的受灾户回归正常生活。
eventually has a hit out on him. Workers here have to, quote, guard his life. That's like you going into work one day and getting an email that your boss may be assassinating you. And before you can celebrate, you are then told that it is your job to make sure that it doesn't happen. You know, I'd like to think that there was a pay raise or bonus incentive involved in this agreement, but I can only assume that was not the case, considering we see just how Dr. Birkin ended up. And now knowing that this exact location was used for meetings and seminars, Serious stuff.
Stop the timer on Leon's iPad?
Yes.
I stopped Leon's iPad.
normally be a place that represents safety, hope, and a little bit of sanctuary, the church in Resident Evil 4 is anything but that. With a graveyard lingering right outside the very front doors and its overall gothic design, this place is sure to give you an overwhelming sense of dread and despair. But beyond the creepy atmosphere and the horrors that may lie ahead, there are a few things here that are straight up confusing. Certain design choices, structural oddities, and certain details that raise more questions than answers. So come with me and let's go over how this church makes no sense. Before we enter the church itself, I do want to hang around here outside, though not for long because it is creepy as shit out here. But there are a few things that I want to touch on before we actually go inside. The first thing is right outside here, which is the room that you exit with Ashley after you jump through the window, is that if you look up and over this little room, you will see that it's actually not open from the outside. It's actually covered on the top to kind of like conceal that area, which is interesting because, you know, if you're inside that room with Ashley, you can look up and, you know, notice that it's raining and you can look up and see the bell tower, but from outside looking in, you actually can't look up over this wall to see into this little section. I thought was really interesting. Before you head into the church, you come up this ladder that has sort of a concrete structure around it. And you may not think anything of this, but if you go outside the map and you look around on the outside of this concrete structure, you'll see a weird texture that does not fit and seems to be out of place. And I can only imagine that this texture is of like a door handle of some sort. I can't really pinpoint where exactly I've seen this specific door handle in the game. Maybe you guys can let me know, but I did find it odd that there's just like a random overly large texture of a door handle just on the outside of this concrete structure that you would pass up and just normally wouldn't see when playing the game regularly. Very odd and out of place. But anyways, let's go ahead and move on. And moving even further away from the church and actually outside of the map, past this wall barrier, you'll see there's a little room off in the distance. So I went down there and checked it out, and it is the Plaga's extraction room, just hanging out off in the distance outside of the church map, which would be mad convenient because if you watched the last video, we found out that we are infected with the Plagas. Took a sip of some bad water, and we're paying the price for it. Big Cheese took notice of it, and he didn't kill us. We are one of them. It's super unfortunate. I feel like shit, and I was hoping to get this Plagas out of me. But it turns out that the lights are off here. Someone forgot to pay the light bill, and there is no power here. It's completely dark, which is super unfortunate for us. So now we have to suffer a little longer. Gotta love it. But aside from that, I was wondering why exactly is the Plaga's extraction room right outside the church map? It just seems so odd because the church is, you know, in the sort of toward the beginning of the game, and this Plaga's extraction room is later on in the game toward the end on the island. And I just couldn't put two and two together why they would be, you know, next to each other. But then I realized once you do find Ashley in the church, there is a little cutscene that plays showing her getting infected with the Plagas in this very room. Pretty cool that there's this room right here just kind of tucked away off in the distance without you even realizing. And there are a couple other things that I found outside the map of the church. And one of them is this stack of items right here that the player base and the community refers to as Ada's suitcase. And that is because you can actually pick up an asset for Ada's shotgun. And it has like a nice cool little message here saying that it's for like the GameCube version, and it gives a brief description of why it is here. And this is actually outside of most of the maps. If you're able to go outside the map and clip outside, you'll notice that there is just this random stack of items right here. For whatever reason, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it's like a developer thing. But yeah, you can pick up Ada's shotgun, but it shows up as Ada's shotgun in the item screen in the suitcase. But once you equip it, it's just a Leon's standard shotgun that he finds in the village. But I thought it was pretty cool. And up on the second floor, right outside the map of the church, is a little file hanging out right here, just floating about. And it's actually the user manual for the controls on Ashley. that pops up on screen after the cutscene when you rescue her from captivity. I just thought it was kind of funny that it's just kind of hanging outside the map, just floating up top. But I think other than that, that's everything that I found outside of this map. But anyways, let's move on and go into the church itself. And at first glance, this church is believable enough. Nothing too out of the ordinary stands out. It's a small, isolated, and very old-looking building. It's exactly the kind of unsettling religious structure you'd expect to find deep within this village. But once you start comparing the outside structure to what's on the interior of this church, things start to immediately fall apart. Those of you who seen my video going over the village know that we went out of bounds and discovered a very small, low-poly model of the church to give the illusion that it was further away from the village than it actually was. And there were some strange things about that asset of the church. But there's also some weird things about this asset of the church that you may not have noticed. We've all seen this church a million times. We've grown accustomed to it. We've gotten familiar with it. We see it every time we play this game. And nothing may seem out of the ordinary, but I'm here to tell you that there is something off about this church that you may not have noticed before. When looking at the church from the outside, you'll immediately notice that the second floor gives off the impression that it is narrower and a skinnier section of the church compared to the first floor. But when you actually go inside the church, you'll notice that the second floor isn't like that at all. You see, inside the church, the first floor is much wider. You have the front door, you have the two windows on the outside of the door. But if you look upstairs, you'll notice that the second floor is just as wide as the first floor. And the windows are completely parallel, perfectly aligned. Whereas on the outside, looking at the church, you notice that the windows were offset and that the second floor was, more narrow than the first, to give it that more casual Gothic design of what you would normally see in a church. But when you're on the inside of the church, it doesn't match what you're seeing on the outside. So how exactly would the second floor actually fit inside this outside model of the church? Spoiler alert, it wouldn't. Also from the outside, looking at the church on the first floor, you'll notice that the windows are a little closer to the door, and then the church just kind of ends right outside those windows. Whereas from the inside, you see the windows, but there's much more room on the outside of those windows for those outer hallways that you can go through to get some loot or go up to the ladder to the second floor. But on the outside, of course, there is no room for that. It's very different seeing the church from the outside compared to when you are actually inside the church. It's very odd if you actually take notice of it. While we're still here on the first floor, I did notice that, the window that Leon and Ashley jumped through is, it's intact looking at it from inside the, main church area. But if you just pass through the wall, just no clip, you'll see that if you turn around and look at the window, it appears to be broken already before that cutscene even appears. It's kind of like a little trick and illusion that Capcom did with the church, just to make it look like that window is broken. It's really weird. I wonder how they actually did that. Like, if there's like multiple layers of this window, like from the inside, there's like a layer of the window that looks like it's intact, and then like you go around and go through this wall and turn around, and like there's a second layer that gives the illusion that it's busted. It's really a weird trick here that they're pulling off that I found very interesting. And this is one of those little subtle details that you would not notice or pick up on playing the game normally. But once you do see it, it sort of breaks the illusion of what's going on in this section. And now we're going to be talking about the elephant in the room, this elaborate light puzzle that lifts the gates leading you into Ashley's room. So many things to unpack here, and this is where the church just doesn't fail structurally. This is where it begins to fall apart logically. Because how in the hell is there going to be an operating electronic light device here, not only to illuminate a certain design to unlock and lift a gate, but the mechanics here just don't correlate. Like, how does a light shining onto a wall operate gears in a metal gate? Sure, you can have, the mechanics work like gears and like switches, but the thing is that these lights are lights, not candle lights. They're electronic, lights. There has to be a source of this light, and that would require electricity. And there is no source of electricity here, just like how, in the village and the chief's house, no running electricity in this area. So this just does not make sense. And the thing is that this puzzle not only lifts the gates to gain access to Ashley's room where she is held captive. But if you notice in separate ways, Ada does this puzzle and it closes the gates and it actually operates the gears to then ring the church bell. But the thing and the problem is the room that she's being held captive in is actually part of the bell tower and completely cuts off access to the bell tower. So there's two things wrong here. One, there's no proper way to access the bell in the bell tower because Ashley's room cuts it off. You know, there's no ladder, no staircase, no hatch, nothing like that. So, if the bell was to malfunction or need work on, there's no way to access it. Unless one of the Ganados steals Ada's hookshot or grapple gun and then, shoots up there. That is a sight that I would love to see. The second thing is, since Ashley's room is right there cutting off the bell tower, the supposed gears that are turning it to operate the bell and make it ring automatically don't make sense because her room cutting off the bell tower there's no way for the gears to connect to the bell. And another thing to point out about the bell that doesn't make sense is that if you look at it from the outside and get a closer look at a certain angle, you'll see that inside the bell there isn't like an actual ball thing, like I don't know what the correct term is. This seems weird. I probably shouldn't be doing that. The bell has no device or mechanism on the inside of the actual bell to ring. So let me get this straight. There's an actual light puzzle that you can turn knobs, it shines a light, the light comes from the phantom realm because there's no running electricity here, but then you kind of dial in the light patterns to shine into a specific design, a specific pattern that illuminates, and somehow that magically operates huge ass gears that don't actually exist because they have no room to fit. The church. Finally here. In the village, in the chief's house, no running electricity in this area. So, this just does not make sense. And the thing is that this puzzle not only lifts the gates to gain access to Ashley's room where she is held captive, but if you notice in separate ways, Ada does this puzzle and it closes the gates and it actually operates the gears to then ring the church bell. But the thing and the problem is the room that she's being held captive in is actually part of the bell tower and completely cuts off access to the bell tower. So there's two things wrong here. One, there's no proper way to access the bell in the bell tower because Ashley's room cuts it off. There's no ladder, no staircase, no hatch, nothing like that. So if the bell was to malfunction or need work on, there's no way to access it. Unless one of the Ganados steals Ada's hookshot or grapple gun and then, shoots up there. That is a sight that I would love to see. The second thing is, since Ashley's room is right there cutting off the bell tower, the supposed gears that are turning it to operate the bell and make it ring automatically don't make sense because her room cutting off the bell tower there's no way for the gears to connect to the bell. And another thing to point out about the bell that doesn't make sense is that if you look at it from the outside and get a closer look at a certain angle, you'll see that inside the bell there isn't like an actual ball thing. Like I don't know what the correct term is. This seems weird. I probably shouldn't be doing that. The bell has no device or mechanism on the inside of the actual bell to ring. So let me get this straight. There's an actual light puzzle that you can turn knobs. It shines a light. The light comes from the phantom realm because there's no running electricity here. But then you kind of dial in the light patterns to shine into a specific design, a specific pattern that illuminates, and somehow that magically operates huge-ass gears that don't actually exist because they have no room to fit into the bell tower, because the room that actually is being held captive in completely cuts off access to the bell tower, so the gears have no way to actually connect to the bell, and then the bell just magically starts swinging and ringing, even though it can't ring because inside the bell there's no actual ball or whatever the right terminology is. So like, yeah, it can't actually make a ring-a-ding-ding noise. So you're telling me that's what we're doing here in the church in Resident Evil 4. I love this game, but this is absolutely asinine. It makes no sense. Man, moving on, I guess. And while we're up here on the second floor, I couldn't help but notice this gigantic portrait of Sadler here. I guess if this kind of size of a portrait or mural would be anywhere, it would be here in the church that worships him. However, what is interesting is that if you clip outside this church and look at this portrait, you can actually see that it's sort of like a double-sided portrait, and you can see it from the outside as well as the inside. I guess Sadler just wanted everybody to see his face from every angle. Talk about overzealous. But one thing that does fit in, and I thought was kind of a funny little touch, is that there is a stack of pesetas here right next to the altar, and I couldn't help but think, like, maybe this is the church donations here that, you know, villagers maybe gathered around and just donated over time to the church. Kind of a cool little subtle detail when you think about it. Oh my God. Okay, I won't take it. I'll put it back. Okay, I'm sorry. Gloria a las plagas. And you know, for this being the only church for everyone to gather around and worship their Lord and Savior Sadler, you'd figure this place would be much larger and have much more seating arrangements. Because if you look, there's only a total of 6 individual pews here. And I suppose if everyone packed in nice and tight, you'd fit about 4 people on each one. But simple math gives you that there is only a total of 24 spots available for everyone to sit. And I feel like that isn't enough. I mean, you encounter well more than that many villagers on the way here. And that isn't including the people from the castle that would attend this church as well, because, you know, I think that's a safe bet to assume, because, again, this is the only church in this area. So you'd think that Sadler would want a massive, more well-established church for everyone to gather around and worship him. That's not including outsiders like me. This Plagas is taking over, and I'm not liking it. Gloria a las plagas, gloria a las plagas, gloria. What the hell was that about? But you know, I do wonder what time their service does start here. Hey everyone, hey, how's it going? Shit, it's this guy. Yeah, it's me. I know, I'm back. Let me guess. Yeah, you're gonna tell him to hype the video and all that stuff. Well, go ahead, get it out of the way. Yeah, that's just real quick. Not gonna take much time. Tell him the goods. Okay, I appreciate you actually being a little bit cooperative this time. I was afraid, you know, you'd be a little hostile. So yeah. Anyways, guys, man, just be sure to hype up this video. You guys can do it up to 3 times. Hype up this video, help this channel grow, help this video reach a broader audience. You know, just help the channel out, help the channel grow, help this video out. And yeah, we appreciate you. You finished yet? You done? Yeah, no, I just wanted to tell them to hype the video up because, you know, just a little reminder, because I feel like not everybody knows that they can do that, especially up to 3 times on a video. Fantastic. You know, why don't you tell them to go ahead and like and subscribe. I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt to tell them to like and subscribe. And while you're at it, why don't you tell them to pay for a channel membership, right? Go ahead, ask money for them while you're at it. You're asking all these other things, go ahead and ask for their money, why don't you? And we're not trying to be too pushy here, but I mean, you know, like I said before, it could help out. Every dollar adds up, and it could probably help the channel grow and be able to afford better equipment and, you know, stuff like that. It's the little things that matter. The little things that count. Okay, yeah, technically you're right. If they do pay for a membership, it does help support the channel and to continue to create better high quality content. But still, you don't have to ask and beg for money, dude. Like I said in the previous video and the last time you interrupted me, just let it happen naturally. People don't want to be told what to do. And if you keep interrupting the videos, I might have to bust your ass. And in fact, you're lucky we're inside a church established here, because if we weren't, your ass would already be beat by now. Look, man, I'm just trying to help out here. I'm not trying to cause any problems. Yeah, so do everybody here a favor. Stop interrupting the videos and stop trying to make yourself known and seen. All right? Okay, it's really not that big of a deal. I see you got a lot on your plate here, man. And look, I think this Plagas infection is taking its toll on you, and I think it's starting to change who you are, man. You're being a little hostile. I think you need to settle down. If that's who I think it is, you're on your own here, bud. Who the hell are you supposed to be, Fancy Pants?
My name is Osman Sadler, the master of this fine religious community.
Well, if it isn't the Big Cheese's boyfriend, nice to meet you. Ah, shit. Fuck this. Oh, man. There is a remarkable amount of body parts hurting right now. Oh, yeah. Yep. That's my back. I think I'm just gonna lay here for a while, take a nap. There's nowhere safe around here. Jeez. Like and subscribe and all that jazz. When you think of the Chief's home in Resident Evil 4, you can't help but feel like something is off. I mean, the place is clean, well organized, just like any other ordinary home you would see. But the closer you look, the more the cracks start to show. From its overall design layout, to certain objects inside, to what's missing entirely, something here just doesn't add up. As we explore Mendez's home, a much stranger picture begins to form. Once you start noticing these details, well, you can't unsee them. So let's break it down and take a closer look at what's really going on inside this house. This place is creepy as shit. But before we can enter the Big Cheese's residence, we actually have to bypass this big-ass decorative door that seems to have a fancy locking mechanism attached to it. And at first glance, this looks kind of cool. But then the closer you look at it, the less it starts to make sense, because, well, all you have to do is rotate this ball until the correct image is displayed. And the image that we need to unlock this door is the Los Illuminados insignia, a symbol that is literally plastered everywhere around here. In fact, it's etched right here on the very door you're trying to unlock. The Chief may as well just handed us the key. Hell of a security system, Big Cheese. And once we finally enter, you'll notice that we are immediately inside the Chief's very own bedroom. And I gotta say, this place is nice. Very decorative, and dare I say, it's kind of cozy. It's a very stark contrast to what we've seen in the villager's home in my previous videos. It's good to know the Chief is living in luxury while everyone else is scraping by. You know, for a very large and intimidating guy as the Big Cheese is, he has a very good sense of design. I mean, take a look at the custom green paneled walls and the nice looking fancy rug up underneath his bed. I mean, he's got it figured out. What is that? What much of a fan of the bed placement in this room. For someone who has such a fancy and structured layout, the bed really isn't in much of a power position here. If you know anything about feng shui, you never want your bed up against a wall that has a window or doorway. You actually want it to be facing a window or doorway in case of, well, intruders, like me. Yeah. Well, then again, we did come in through that secret door over there, so maybe he's got it all figured out. Oh well. Now, I don't mean to come out of the closet on you, but I did notice that after getting the impression that the chief is much more well off than anyone else around here, he doesn't have any clothes. So what's the point of having a wardrobe like this if it's just going to be empty? One thing that I didn't point out in the village is that most of the homes there have a framed portrait of Sadler hanging up, like this very one we see right here. Now, this isn't too out of the ordinary. I mean, Sadler is their lord here after all. And it kind of reminds me of when I'd go to my grandma's house and I'd see a framed photo of Jesus hanging up. The good old days. But what is interesting here in Torres Mendez's bedroom is that there's not just one picture of Sadler hanging up, there is actually two. Now, I'm not one to typically judge somebody, but having two framed photos of another guy hanging up in your bedroom is, it's a little sus, if you ask me. Just saying. Just saying. And while we are still on the topic of these pictures, I did notice a couple other frames lying here down on the ground. And though I can't make out what exactly is framed here, it does make me wonder if Mendez originally had his own artwork hung up throughout this house, and
どうも、シンヌです。今日はちょっと車の音がうるさくて申し訳ないんですけど、何の動画かと言いますと、人体の
analysts who previously covered 20 stocks could cover 200 because they are maybe managing a fleet of agents that looks at all these stocks and tracks them. I could see a world where we're able to tackle a far greater number of top of funnel ideas and do a bit of work on them and more accurately pick what the best 15 to 20, best long ideas in a given year are. So I actually think it's going to reshape how we do things in the long term.
One of the things we struggle with is it's very easy to get siloed as an analyst, and these are the sectors I look at, these are the tools I rely on, these are the models I've built, and for us, we are spending more and more time as a research team collaborating around ideas with multiple people looking at sectors or trying to solve key questions or things in the market. And so the ability to have standard tools that we're all using to track lots of different things, to inform how the models are trained, will be super helpful, I think, in people being able to pick up someone else's work and say, I totally get this because it's in the same vocabulary that I do it myself.
fewer
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Every Trade. We are 47 minutes into the Monday session. European stocks just off by 0.2%, Anna.
Let's talk about one of the events that we're certainly watching out for today, and this is a briefing by the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who has vowed an economic D-Day is coming for Iran, with details of an isolation plan set to be unveiled at a press conference later today. But significant new economic pressure is likely to prompt Tehran and perhaps China to retaliate. Let's get into the details and the complexities of these relationships behind this story. Bloomberg's Abu Omar joins us in Dubai, and Balazs Pens is in Hong Kong. Abir, let me come to you first. So what do we anticipate then the economic isolation plan will entail? What are we going to hear from Scott Bessent later on?
Yeah, good morning, Anna. So it's widely expected that the plan is actually going to include secondary sanctions against countries that decide to continue to do trade and financial transactions with Iran. Now, you've mentioned in your intro China being one of those countries, and of course China is a big purchaser of Iranian oil. 90% of Iranian oil goes to China. So questions about those secondary sanctions would bring to the table wider conversations about trade, tariff war between the United States and Iran, and Iran, of course. And this comes at a precarious time where Xi Jinping is going to the United States next month. So that is one big question. And then the other big question is the reaction that we're going to see out of the Gulf and what Iran decides to do, because the economic isolation that the US has in place or decides to have in place, while we don't have a lot of clarity about it, it may put Iran in a difficult position. But first of all, it'll take months for that pressure to start being felt in Iran, despite the fact that we know that their oil exports are around near zero for the time being. But it will probably put Iran in a difficult position in a few months' time. And then what will Iran do is the big question. It will have no alternative but to retaliate. And then the question that comes after that, of course, is how will Iran retaliate? Will it come in the shape of attacking Gulf countries? That, of course, puts us in a situation similar to the end of February, beginning of March, where we have a widening parameters of this war, and that is a situation that no one wants to be back at again. So those are all the indicators that we will be watching out in that supposed press conference that Scott Bessent will have later today. And what exactly that economic isolation will entail is going to be the big question that we'll be, of course, looking out for.
Abir, thank you very much indeed for the update. The Gulf perspective. Let's talk about the China perspective. Let's bring in Balazs and get a sense of what we are watching here from the China perspective. How big a step would it be, Balazs, to bring China in? Now, the connection is very strong between China and Iran, but it feels like this would be a big step. If that happens, how could Beijing respond?
Without a doubt, the China question looms large as we await this announcement from Scott Bessent. And it's not just the oil buying, it's also the Chinese banks involved in the financing of that trade. And look, over the past day or so, China has come out a couple of times to talk about how they don't believe in economic sanctions as a way to resolve this conflict. And this is something they've said over and over and over again in connection with many different conflicts around the world. And China has shown that they're not afraid to go toe-to-toe with the U.S. when it comes to economic sanctions, when it comes to trade, when it comes to tariffs. We remember that sort of escalating tariff war between the two sides. And we also remember China sort of shutting off rare earths trade, which ended up bringing in the trade truce between the U.S. and China. How much appetite does the U.S. have to kind of restart that process and to kind of enter into this economic Cold War with China again? How far are they willing to push? Those are very, very important questions. But it's very clear from the Beijing side that they are paying very close attention to this, and they have shown in the past that they're not afraid to push back against the U.S.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting watch, isn't it? Certainly from Beijing's perspective. Balazs, thank you very much indeed. Balazs Pens joining us in Hong Kong. Abir obviously joining us in Dubai. Both sides of this covered. And I think both areas are going to be watching this very, very carefully a little bit later on, Tom.
Okay, Here's what else to think about then throughout the week. Later today, Scott Bessent will be holding that press conference then on US plans to hit Iran's economy, as we've been discussing. We'll be across that for you, of course. On Tuesday, tomorrow, Germany's GDP print crosses and the IFO Business Climate Survey as well. On Wednesday, another major event, guys calling it a macro event. It could possibly be that Nvidia's second quarter earnings. You also got US core PCE, so another gauge on the inflation story, of course, in focus for the Fed as well. Talking of the Fed, Thursday, Jackson Hole, that economic symposium starts, and it's the big one in terms of speeches. Kevin Walsh, what will he say? Delivering that keynote address at Jackson Hole on Friday. Let's turn back to the markets now with Adam Linton from our Markets Live team. Adam, we can start with Bessent, we can start with Kevin Walsh. Let's start with the US Treasury Secretary. What for you do you think will be the focus for markets? Will it be Iran? Will it be anything he says about how to consolidate the fiscal story in the US, or a bit of both?
Yeah, I think a bit of both, definitely. I mean, you've seen oil prices are a little bit lower today ahead of this potential Bessent announcement. It's been framed as the US administration as a potential way to draw an end to the conflict, and the implicit acknowledgement there is they don't want to escalate military attacks. But I think from a market perspective, it's still fraught with risk. We've seen that Iran can threaten to further curtail flows to the Strait of Hormuz, doesn't stop Iran from attacking energy infrastructure, and also we've seen, with sanctions between Russia and Ukraine, they aren't particularly that effective. So I think there's definitely a risk this further inflames the situation rather than remedies it in any particular way, and it just makes an off-ramp for the market more difficult to see. As long as that's the case, the upside risks to oil markets still remain.
Yeah, I think we've got some pretty messy expectations around Bessent today, haven't we, Adam? Because there's this briefing plan around Iran. He set the stage with some really strong language about what he's going to be talking about, and this economic D-Day for Iran and the step up in sanctions and everything that goes with that. At the same time, there is a sort of sidebar story about fiscal discipline in the US, which can't ever be a sidebar. I mean, you couldn't really push that to the side. So I wonder how anybody's expectations are going to be met today.
Yeah, I mean, that's ultimately the thing. Bessent definitely has his work cut out. I mean, we've seen for the administration over the past week, they're uncomfortable where longer dated yields are, and you can assume that this is another attempt to potentially quell some of those concerns and kind of bring a bit of order to the market. But as we saw last week with the long dated buyback announcement, the market didn't really buy it. And, if there's fiscal consolidation, that's a real tough bar for, to be able to dispel market concerns. We saw with the Doge efforts under Elon Musk, didn't really achieve a great deal. And I think there's a risk that if the market sees these as particularly piecemeal, then we could potentially see further pressure on longer dated bonds.
Nasdaq futures down 8-9 tenths of 1% right now. They've been going south throughout most of the morning. How big an event could Nvidia be?
Yeah, I think Nvidia, it's not just a stock specific or a sector specific. It's a macro data point. I think for Nvidia themselves, I think it's interesting that over the past month they've been holding up whilst some of the other semis have been rolling over. So let's see if that can be sustained. But I think ultimately for the tech sector, it's basically a report cards on the capex cycle and how much more we can get out of this. And I think also kind of ties to what we're looking out for with Bessent this week. Longer dated borrowing costs will draw further the scrutiny on this. And then for broader macro traders and what we're looking out for, obviously we now know that AI spending is a key input into US GDP, and we saw comments, I think it's from Kashkari last week, saying that AI spending, that serves to raise our stars. So there's a lot of interconnectedness this week we need to be on top of.
Okay, Adam Linton, thank you very much indeed from our Markets Live team. Yeah, let's see if it is interconnected or disparate. And of course, what Walsh has to say to wrap up the week, and whether he gives us any more steer in terms of how he sees inflation progressing. He thinks AI ultimately is going to be disinflationary.
It's interesting also that Bessent is quite concerned about not only treasury yields, but also the cost of capital for the AI trade.
Yes, absolutely. And I wonder how much the fact that this is a summer week still, we keep saying that the news agenda suggests that summer is over, but the volumes, to your point earlier, Guy, don't suggest that, certainly in Europe. And so you wonder if the markets can keep up with some of these dynamics later. Let me tell you that Guggenheim CIO Anne Walsh will be joining the surveillance team at 1 o'clock London time. That's it for the opening trade. This is Bloomberg.
Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Rafiti. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. Watch, listen, stream.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
Breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology. Start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
When news breaks,
This is going to be a complicated report.
Bloomberg has you covered.
SpaceX second quarter revenue $7.8 billion.
For all the context and clarity you need,
A lot of speculation. What could happen with Tesla?
hear it first on Bloomberg.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets,
From the micro to the macro,
covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
the supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romain Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The AI trade under pressure ahead of a pivotal week for markets, with Nvidia warning of price hikes ahead of key tech results later this week. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says the country's at war with the US over tariffs as it plans to respond with $20 billion worth of duties. And US bonds rose ahead of Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's new fiscal plan. Investors also waiting for clues on the rate path from Kevin Walsh at Jackson Hole. But those are your headlines. Now to the markets, and we begin the week with oil trading lower after 2 weeks of gains. Brent, as you can see, trading at $93.19 the barrel. But that not doing much to lift the mood in equities. Washington's economic isolation plan for Iran in focus. The 10-year yield is lower now, 471 is where we trade, but long bonds at risk of a deeper sell-off without clear guidance from Kevin Walsh. Also waiting for details from Bessent on his fiscal plan. The Canadian dollar weaker, as you can see, after the collapse of trade talks between Ottawa and Washington. Wall Street futures pointing lower, especially Nasdaq futures down 0.9% as tech stocks drop around the world. Now, let's take a look at the European markets map this morning. Mostly red across the screen. Spain, one of the few bright spots this morning. The DAX, the laggard on the continent, which tallies with autos being one of the worst performing sectors across Europe this morning. But these are light volumes, as you might expect in August, as we wait for the big catalysts of the week. Nvidia earnings, PCE, and Jackson Hole, all on the docket for the week ahead. And with that, let's get you started.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse.
Good morning and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Lizzie Burton in London. Alibaba shares have tumbled after it raised $10.2 billion in Hong Kong's biggest secondary share sale, underscoring its willingness to amass and spend vast sums to take the lead in global AI. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Anthony Stevens for more now. Anthony, this has drawn a real reaction from Michael Burry, who of course we all know from Big Short fame. Tell us more.
Yeah, he used to be a fan of this stock, right? A few months ago, he was talking about the fact that the e-commerce wars in China were over, that there was value in this stock, and he's been kind of caught wrong-footed by the fact that Alibaba has pivoted very sharply into being an AI cloud service provider, and he's not a big fan of that pivot. Neither is he a big fan of dilution of existing shareholders in these kind of big block trade formats. And he's come out and said he prefers JD.com as a more clean play on the e-commerce side of things. Now, that being said, it was interesting that the street greeted Alibaba's most recent results with a bit of optimism around that AI push. But unfortunately, into that optimism, they managed to raise a lot of money here. $10 billion coming at quite a tight discount versus how much the stock normally trades and how much as you said, volumes are light in summer, so it's quite impressive to get that deal off down 3.5% from a very weak Friday night ADR print. So the market here is a little bit tentative. It's below the deal price as we go into the close. It'll be interesting to see what the closing auction brings in Hong Kong and how the ADR session trades as well. But for now, it's dragged down the entire Chinese AI ecosystem as people make space in their books to buy this trade.
Yeah, the Hang Seng Tech Index down 3.8% this morning. So as we await those ADRs, let's talk about Nvidia. We're waiting for their earnings, of course, later on this week. But Bloomberg, meantime, has had this scoop that some of the company's biggest customers have been told the prices of its AI servers are going up more than 15%, Anthony. This is a very complex, interlinked supply chain, also for the CapEx. What kind of ripple effect is that going to have?
Yeah, it's interesting to watch how that the Asian session has priced that headline, right? Actually, you see suppliers in Asia to NVIDIA lagging drastically behind the customers of NVIDIA. You'd think that the people who have to pay these higher prices would get impacted today, but it appears that having done the detailed work, people are quite happy that the price increase is not as bad as some of the increases around the supply chain in terms of memory and passive components. So you see suppliers of NVIDIA supplies into the downside here, stuff like Hynix and Samsung and Ibiden and Advantest in Japan, whereas on the customer side of things, you have Quanta Computing and Lenovo trading quite strongly actually amidst the downturn in tech across the region. So this story is a lot more nuanced. It'll be very interesting to dig into the details as they come up on what costs are being priced on and what costs are being pushed back on by the customer base. And that sets up the earnings into NVIDIA quite interestingly, right? Because they need to start getting more money out of these chips as they become the bank of last resort for the entire AI trade, as well as a significant venture capital funder. So that cash machine needs to keep going. They have 75% margins, so they're in quite a good place at the moment. But what does momentum look like in terms of passing these costs along into the results?
Okay, Anthony, thanks for the update. That's Bloomberg's Anthony Stevens. Now, turning to the macro, although arguably Nvidia earnings are part of the macro story nowadays, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's expected to announce details of a promised fiscal plan in the coming days. Investors are questioning whether he'll be able to keep borrowing costs down as long-end yields continue to climb across the globe. I'm joined now in studio by Isabel Mateo-Silago, Group Chief Economist over at BNP Paribas. Isabel, great to have you back.
Good morning.
So what realistically could actually bring long-end Treasury yields down? Because Bessent's talked up this announcement, but it feels like any of the options that could do something aren't going to appeal to the Trump administration. I'm thinking about, a decline in AI investment. Anthony was just talking about that. A smaller US budget deficit, a slide in the stock market. What are you looking for?
Yes, so that's a really good question, and I think the reality is there's very little that he can do against the broader backdrop that borrowing needs are going up for both the Treasury and the economy. So he can make announcements that are going to move the market on a daily base, on a day-to-day basis, like the one he made last week.
And they don't last.
Yeah. They don't last, but they do catch people off guard. And so that's kind of a signal to speculators, like, don't bet against us. But the fundamentals are going to be continuing to push rates up. And frankly, there's very, very little he can do about that. And debt management announcements are only going to have a very small and time-limited effect. And number two, fiscal policy, unlike in other countries, isn't actually in his hands. It's in the hands of the Congress. And so, again, he can announce intentions, but again, very little he can do about that. Arguably, tariff policy, a little bit in the hands of the executive, but that's on its own track. And so I think at the end of the day, he's going to try to say, look, we're going to grow our way out of this. The economy, growth is going to accelerate. But I don't think ultimately the fundamentals are so powerful pushing rates up that short of a bigger negative macro shock, like you said, either hyperscalers revising down their investment plans or some kind of setback to the growth or macro picture, it's hard to see what's going to stop the upward trend in yields.
Well, let me just play you the reaction from Neel Kashkari, the Minneapolis Fed president. Let's take a listen.
there's every indication that the U.S. Treasury market is functioning as it should, that trades are taking place, that there's liquidity in the market. And so that enables us to focus on the federal funds rate as our primary policy tool to get inflation back down.
So as you say, there's not much that Bessent can do, but in your eyes, is the Treasury market reacting healthily to all of this?
Well, I think this reaction from Neil Kashkari is very interesting because when you start looking at what kind of amounts of intervention would you need to move the needle, it's very clear the only institution that has the firepower is the central bank. That's true in the US and everywhere else. And I think this is Neil Kashkari saying, don't look at us. We would only ever step in the event of very disorderly conditions. This doesn't qualify.
Surely as we get closer to the midterms for Kevin Walsh, it's going to be harder to talk about tightening. So a lot of pressure on Jackson Hole. Do you actually think that he's going to set out a plan this week to say we are going to fight inflation?
Well, I'm sure he's going to say we're going to fight inflation because that's been his line. Trust us, we're committed, we're going to deliver. But in terms of, your opening line of markets are expecting guidance on the rate path, I highly doubt we're going to get any of that from Kevin Walsh. For one thing, the theme of the Jackson Hole Symposium this year is not macro. It's more about financial innovation and payments, etc. So he could, very legitimately hide behind that and not talk about macro at all. But I think, look, he's declined to provide any guidance on his vision for monetary policy in the two post-FOMC press conferences he's had. I don't think he's going to give us any more of that. However, what he might do is articulate a kind of big picture view of how he thinks monetary policy works or should work and will work in the future. Now, of course, the developments in bond markets recently have put a lot more pressure on his shoulders, but the safe path for him is to not address that issue specifically, not provide more guidance, but try to reassure that he's got a plan in his mind around how the economy is working right now and what's the best way for monetary policy to evolve in response to these structural changes. I think it's going to be I think he's going to decline to address the near-term issues.
Well, arguably, if you look at the bond market reaction, he's lost some credibility, Kevin Walsh. So,
arguably.
Yeah, do we just have to accept that higher yields are the new normal then?
So I think we do, irrespective of the credibility of the Fed. This is just the reality of the world we're in. And by the way, this is not something for this week or this quarter. This is for the foreseeable future. There is just a lot more competition for capital, and that means higher cost of capital. So yes, that's the new normal, higher interest rates. However, going back to the credibility of the Fed, I would say, look at the minutes of the last FOMC meetings. If you didn't know anything else, you couldn't tell any difference from the minutes of, the previous many FOMC meetings in terms of the nature of the arguments exchanged, the focus on, inflation data, jobs data, productivity, financial conditions. This is very much a similar FOMC in its focus on inflation and the two-sided risks. So I think let's not overdo, every new Fed chair every new central bank chair have to find their footing. I wouldn't over-dramatize the credibility.
Well, as you look across the main central banks, the BOE, the ECB, the Fed, who's most likely to disappoint the market if the expectation is for hikes before the end of the year?
So our expectation is every single one of them will hike by the end of the year. I think the closest thing to a done deal is the ECB in September, just because there seems to be no disagreement that that's kind of the right move, and the way the data has moved since the last policy meeting at the end of July really confirms that this would be kind of the right move. The others, arguably, there's more scope for differences on timing. I think in the US, given the electoral context, unless we were to see some big hawkish data surprises, the Fed probably waits until December. That's our base case. BOJ, on the other hand, we had thought initially closer to the end of the year, but now it looks like because there's so much, such clear inflation pressure and the government seeming to relent a little bit, we could see a hike in September, if not in October. BOE is I would say, the fuzziest at this stage. We think they move around October, but the outlook is perhaps the most balanced of the three central banks there.
Okay, and of course we've got the October 28th budget to come from
That
the
too.
UK as well. We'll come back to that in just a bit. Isabel, you're going to stay if you don't mind with me. Isabel Mateo-Silago, Group Chief Economist at BNP Paribas, with me on set. Coming up on the pulse, Canada threatens the US with counter tariffs as their trade spat heats up. I'll discuss that next. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Geneva, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts a spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech. Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Trade now, and Bloomberg has learned that the Canadian government sees little chance of tariff talks with President Trump resuming before the midterm elections. This comes as Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney announced a planned $20 billion series of counter levies on US products. We're joined now by Brendan Murray, who leads Bloomberg's global trade coverage. So, Brendan, just remind us what led to the breakdown in talks.
Well, both sides are pointing fingers at each other, saying that each added additional things to the fine print. But what we have here really is a trade war that's taking shape, and trade wars are all about economic leverage and political pressure, and who can withstand both or either one of those. And of course, President Trump feels like he's got the economic leverage over the Canadians, but the Canadians sound like they see an opportunity to apply some political pressure right back to President Trump and the administration with the midterm elections looming. Remember, Mark Carney used to run the Bank of England, the Bank of Canada, so he is certainly well aware of what's going on in the bond market, what's happening with yields, with mortgage rates, and perhaps seeing an opportunity to say, what would happen to the affordability of American homes if we decided to, engage in a trade war with the U.S. So there is a sense from the Canadian side that they have an opportunity here to push back to a certain extent. Whether this turns into a full-blown trade war, we're talking about just 5% of the trade between the two countries now, and it could well stay there. But what we have at the moment is something that looks fairly minimal as an economic impact, but both sides certainly sounded through the weekend that they're not coming back to the negotiating table anytime soon.
Well, yeah, I mean, who is likely to blink first then? Because you would think it would be the US, but then Carney saying that he's not going to do anything about this until after the midterms. Doesn't that reduce some of his leverage?
It tells you that the Canadians are digging in their deals, there is this 2-week window where the Canadian counter tariffs don't take effect yet. So we'll see. I think a lot will depend on what happens in the border state congressional areas where some Republican members might be saying, you know, we have a lot of linkages. Canada is the #1 purchaser of exports from 25 U.S. states, and so we'll have to see if any political pressure comes to bear from Congress on the administration to get back to the table. Ultimately, it sounds like, and we haven't really heard from President Trump in any meaningful way yet. He issued us a short statement on Sunday that didn't really reflect his full views on Canada and that relationship. So the ball is in Canada's court now. What exactly are the products that they're going to hit with their own counter tariffs? And then we may see the U.S. react to that to say, well, you just retaliated against us. Here's our escalation if you really want to go forward with that.
You know what the US went for? Not quite jolly hockey sticks, is it? Brendan, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Brendan Murray there. Let's bring back in Isabel Mateo Silago, Group Chief Economist at BNP Paribas. And Isabel, does this decision from Mark Carney to retaliate, and we should say that Canada's alongside China one of the only two nations to stand up to Trump on this, does it add to the inflation picture in North America, and could that spill over here into Europe?
So I think, as Brendan very well said, this is more about politics than economics. This particular dispute, will it add to U.S. inflation? Mathematically, yes, but frankly, infinitesimally if it stays at that level. So that's not really the issue. I would say what is the issue is the unpredictability that this introduces. You know, U.S. tariff policy is still in flux. It's the reality that the world has to take from this. And at some point, this particular dispute will be resolved. But we don't know that it won't change again. A month later. And I think that's the problem that this policy is causing, is uncertainty, and as such, that if anything would be a headwind to growth and investment in the U.S. Certainly what the rest of the world is watching, and you see this a lot in the commentary in Europe, is, Mark Carney is taking a tough stance. We should do this too next time we're hit by tariffs. So there could be a bit more of a stronger response if and when President Trump decides to impose new tariffs on Europe or others. But for now, I don't see this as a macro issue.
Yeah, if he inspires Brussels. Well, the other thing, of course, when it comes to inflation is the Middle East. And we've got Scott Bessent set to announce this economic pressure on Tehran. Let's say that, and we're going to talk about this with our reporter in a moment, but Iran responds militarily. How much does it add to the inflation shock if Gulf supply is disrupted at scale when it comes to oil?
Yeah, so this is a really strategic moment in this conflict, because in a way, the U.S. strategy is to inflict economic pain. For that, it needs time. It's going to take time to really do its work. Whereas Iran has the exact opposite strategy, which is to inflict immediate damage to the U.S. economy, other Western economies. And so Iran now is going to be pushed to do something to upset this kind of very uncomfortable equilibrium that we've been in for a month, with oil prices hovering between 85 and 95, which is not great, but is not catastrophic for the world economy. So we have to see. For me, this is probably the biggest risk to both growth and inflation going into the end of the year, is that things get out of control, and we see another leg up, much sharper leg up in energy prices. For Europe, I think it's also important to not forget this isn't just an oil story. There is a gas story, and actually we've seen gas prices are a lot higher than they were pre-war. They're still rising, so this could be a bigger problem. And I think that's also part of the context which explains why the ECB is almost certain to hike in September, whereas the other central banks can be a little more relaxed about this.
Gas price is higher today when oil is lower. Isabel, thank you very much. Great to have you back. That's BNP Paribas Group Chief Economist Isabel Mateos Ilago. Thank you. Well, oil, as we say, dropping after 2 weeks of gains as markets wait for more on that US economic isolation plan for Iran. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent set to unveil details at a press conference later today. So, as a preview, let's bring in Bloomberg's Abir Abu Omar Al Dubai. Abir, just remind us what Washington could possibly unveil that wouldn't rock the boat with China ahead of the Trump-Xi summit.
Look at the inside of this thing. So here's our
Morning, Lizzie. Not much, because that is the wide expectation that whatever Scott Bessent announces later today in that supposed press conference is probably going to be some secondary sanctions against Iran. So that includes countries that continue to have trade and financial transactions with Iran. That, of course, includes some of the Gulf countries, but we heard from the United Arab Emirates last week saying that it's cut all financial and trade transactions with Iran. That also includes the oil purchasers, India, Asian countries, and of course the big one, China. We've reported that China purchases about 90% of Iranian oil. China did come out through the weekend, Lizzie, and said that it prefers the return to diplomatic solutions, that sanctions are just not going to work. And so we don't know just how much leverage the United States has against China, and any kind of secondary sanction that would affect China would really bring into consideration those wider questions about what could this bring on in terms of another trade war, tariffs into the question. And you mentioned at the very precarious time of this, just ahead of that Xi Jinping visit to the United States next month. So I guess the real answer here is we have to wait and see what Scott Bessent announces, but perhaps a prelude to what he had said. It came in the shape of an article that he wrote at the Financial Times this morning, and he said that to become the sanctuary for terror is to become, in the eyes of the United States, a global pariah. So you see some pretty powerful words here to suggest that perhaps we're going to see some economic isolation that is going to be pretty devastating for the Iranian economy going forward.
Okay, so big talk from the US, but just because the US is going the economic route doesn't mean that Iran will deviate from the military route, as we were talking about with Isabel. So how might Tehran retaliate?
Well, it may have no option, Lizzie, right? I mean, what analysts are telling us is that any kind of economic pressure might actually have Iran succumb, but it'll take months. Some analysts are saying about 6 months. Now, we know that the oil exports in Iran are at about near zero for the time being. That is what officials have told us. But when Iran succumbs to that economic pressure, it may have no alternative but to start retaliating. That could come in the shape of retaliating against Gulf countries, and it would take us back to a state of warfare that we saw in late February, early March, where the entire region is dragged into this, obviously a conclusion that no one wants to have in the Middle East.
Abir, thank you very much. That's Bloomberg's Abir Abu Omar, Horizons Middle East and Africa anchor, of course. He'll be back at 5 a.m. London time tomorrow morning with her show. Well, let's check in on the cross-asset picture. And as we say, oil is lower today. Brent down nearly 1% at $93.50 the barrel. We're also not showing on the screen, but seeing gas prices higher this morning by more than 1%. But elsewhere in the cross-asset picture, yields are a touch lower, for the 10-year, down 2 basis points at 471. We are waiting for a number of catalysts, not least the press conferences from Bessent and Walsh as well. But coming up, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia rejected his calls for a truce for Black Sea shipping. We'll speak to Chatham House's Deputy Director for Russia next.
Okay, we are moving up to the AK-47 Arch Nemesis and the AR. What it's going to do, let's see, they were on the 7.62 by 39. Cover the news, Zach. Was not expecting that. Whoa, just a huge explosion there. Fred's got the goop. Zach, I'm not exactly sure what happened. One of these is unclutched. Entry here in the front. We do have a center entry. Came out the back. Into number 2, Zach. And then it looks like similar to the AR. We have an entry in here. But then it looks like the bullet basically redirects upwards. Okay, so Fred got hit with some of the goop here, but he is fine. He cannot get hit with the bullet. So it basically tied to the AR. Goes 3-1 out the top of the second. Moving up to 12 gauge. We're shooting a slug here. We're still waiting on something to go clean through 2 blocks of Nito. There's a slug between the present blocks. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, 3 blocks. Block. Lined up again. Let's go. Here we go.
explain the difference between the next gold rush and whatever this thing is. And in season 2, we're upping the stakes. More danger.
Now that is high-grade uranium mineralization.
We used to have a stable climate on this Earth. Right now, we do not.
More science.
We're pushing the envelope of technology in multiple directions. Software, hardware, chemistry, physics.
The cable is like very cold.
And more CEOs that can nail the photo shoot.
Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars are at stake. While the problems are economic, the solutions are too.
And yes, we will be talking about AI.
There's a lot of humanoid hype out there.
But our future doesn't run on hype. It runs on innovation. Watch season 2 on all these lovely channels.
That makes it clean through 2. Here we go. 308. Richard Vito. Smack him tight. Okay, first ball. You're looking for right here, and we do have an exit out the back of block number 1. Entry. It's a start. Gray leading out of the front of number 2. But, I mean, it made it like maybe a centimeter into number 2's out.
Trading day is about to start.
You're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Mumbai. This is Bloomberg.
I had it. 30 out 6. Biggest round so far. Good pitch. So 23 as Anita said. 30 out 6.
Good morning and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are your top stories. The AI trade under pressure ahead of a pivotal week for markets, with Nvidia warning of price hikes and key tech results later this week. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says the country is at war with the US over tariffs as it plans to respond with $20 billion worth of duties. And US bonds rose ahead of Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's new fiscal plan. Investors also waiting for news on the rate path from Kevin Walsh at Jackson Hole. Well, turning back to the geopolitics now, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that Russia has rejected his offer of a truce on attacks against ships carrying agricultural commodities through the Black Sea. This as the country marks 35 years of independence. He also ruled out holding wartime elections, describing it as a, quote, tsunami for Ukraine. Joining us now is Orysia Lutsevich, who is Deputy Director of the Russia and Eurasia Programme over at Chatham House. Really good to have you with us on the programme. Really appreciate you making time for us. So it's 35 years since Ukrainian independence, as I say, and Ukraine's been under attack from Russia for about a third of that period. Who's winning the war right now, and what's the single biggest thing that Kyiv could do to get the leverage?
Well, indeed, Ukraine, you could say, is a very long, old nation, but a young state. And throughout its 35 years of independence, you could see with a small pause right at the beginning as Soviet Union collapsed and Russian Federation didn't have enough resources, military or economic, to try to coerce Ukraine back into its orbit. It has been under Russia's attack. Because control over Ukraine, it's important for Russia to project power towards Europe. That is why Ukraine's security is European security. And what we have seen throughout 4.5 years of this war, the full-scale invasion, is that Ukraine managed from quite a small army and a Soviet type of army to turn its things upside down into forging the revolution in military affairs, developing new technological weapons that are today striking very deep into Russia, tackling and attacking oil refineries, gas infrastructure, logistics facilities, and bringing war to Russian people to understand what kind of results Putin's policies are bringing into their daily life. So, of course, Ukraine has to continue in this asymmetric technological warfare, but it depends heavily on Western assistance for microfinancial support to its budget and also for its military-industrial base. Right now, Europe is providing funding for Ukrainian defense industry, for Ukrainian states to purchase these capabilities.
But yet, going forward, is that European financial commitment solid enough enough to compensate for the US stepping back?
It's just like charred slime.
Well, indeed, this is what has happened throughout 2026. Europe, and especially Germany, bilaterally has provided the largest share of military support and financial assistance to Ukraine, and the European Union is backing Ukraine with a 90 billion euro Ukraine loan, which is critical for Ukraine, and it runs until the end of 2027. From there will have to be new instruments designed depending on where the war is at that moment. But we see that right now European Union and Europe is buying American interceptors for Patriots and missile defense systems for Ukraine. So Europe really significantly stepped up. Is it enough for Ukraine to win the war? Probably not.
Well, yeah, how exposed is Ukraine heading into winter when it comes to supplies of missiles?
It will be one of the most difficult winters for Ukraine because Putin made it his strategy that he can actually break the will of Ukrainian people by destroying critical energy infrastructure on top of what has already been destroyed last winter, which is around 40% of energy generation capacity. This year, the fear is that Russia may attack water supplies, which, as you can imagine, will make it very difficult for Ukrainian large cities to function. That is why President Zelensky talks about the need of getting as many interceptors for ballistic missiles as possible, but also building Ukraine's indigenous capacity. As we see today, the visit of Prime Minister Burnham to Ukraine to help Ukraine develop its own long-range ballistic missiles to defend against Russia.
And indeed, that's his debut foreign trip, so sending that signal out to the world is Andy Burnham. Just thinking beyond a potential resolution to this conflict, and I know that may seem hopeful at this stage, but Ukraine's population is down to an estimated 29 million. That's from 41 million before the invasion, and 1.5 million men are on wanted lists for evading conscription. I've looked at what Chatham House has said recently. You talk about a whole of society model for recovery, Arisia. Is there enough society left to rebuild around?
Yes, like you described, Ukraine has taken a heavy demographic hit, but this has been a long-term trend for Ukraine. Even before the war has aggravated these trends. But there is still a lot of Ukrainians who are willing to work day and night in order to both support the war effort and to rebuild its economy. The question is in the quality of governance, in the rule of law, and the clarity of the regulatory environment, and also in integrating Ukraine with the European Union. Because as the future member of the EU, it opens up a lot of opportunities for cooperation and gives clarity to investors where Ukraine will be in the future. So you have a very vibrant civil society, a big charitable sector and corporate sector that is innovating, that is here to improve productivity, but also to enable people with disabilities, people displaced, to retrain and get jobs in their companies. This is very much ongoing effort.
Okay, a hopeful note there. We know, of course, that President Zelensky's ruled out wartime elections, as was suggested by the very popular former defense minister. How likely is it, in your view, that actually Zelensky will be pressured into elections at some time during the war?
As we stand today, Ukrainian society, citizens are not supporting wartime elections. About 15% think it's a good idea, exactly for the reason that President Zelensky said that it would divert energy and resources from fighting an external enemy into a political contestation inside Ukraine. In a similar way, political society, political parties, including the major opposition party of the former President Poroshenko, is not supporting elections. There are not enough votes in the parliament to lift martial law at this stage. But Zelensky has to tread carefully in order to restore confidence in his governance. And first of all, it means advancing on these EU integration reforms and making sure that anti-corruption agencies can do their job, investigating corruption, and bringing those who accountable and quick.
But it's not just the defense minister. Zelensky's fired various key figures in just the past 2 months. Is this a leader who's consolidating control at a critical moment, or is the political centre in Ukraine, Arisia, actually starting to fracture?
Well, Zelensky consolidated quite a lot of power way before. It's not a new trend. Again, because of the war effort and because of the martial law and because he is commander-in-chief, there's been a lot of concentration of power. But as we see, this leads to some blunders. So the question is, can Zelensky recalibrate to create a more balanced system where there are some checks and balances? So the new Prime Minister, Serhiy Koretsky, who is now leading the government, I notice he is now more involved in conversations with the committees in the parliament. They are trying to reinvigorate some discussions to make sure that political decisions are of a better quality. And that also includes bringing in mayors and local self-governance into the picture so that there is Team Ukraine, and as that whole of society approach to war continues and that people feel included and that their voices are heard. This is the step that Zelensky has to prove if he can actually deliver.
Okay, a whole of society approach both to the war and to recovery. Hopefully we get there. Arisia, thank you so much for making time for us today. Arisia Lutsevich, the Deputy Director of the Russia and Eurasia Programme at Chatham House. Staying with Ukraine, today's big take unravels the attempt to kill a Ukrainian tycoon in Monaco 2 months ago, why accomplices could still be on the run. Let's get more with Bloomberg's Stephanie Baker, who co-wrote this really incredible piece. I was reading it over a coffee this morning. It's a dramatic tale. The wife of the tycoon's legs blown off in a coma for over a month. The highest profile crime in Monaco since, I think, 1999. Are there any clues who ordered the killing?
That is the million-dollar question, which we tried to get to the bottom of. Remember, the Monaco authorities identified the woman who planted the bomb as a Ukrainian woman living in Germany as a refugee. She fled immediately after she planted this bomb. A week later, she is found murdered in a forest outside of Kiev after she went back to Ukraine. And Ukrainian officials arrested 2 Ukrainian security officials, saying that they were responsible for her murder. And now at least with one of them, there are cryptocurrency transfers to Berezovska, so there is some ties. We don't know who ultimately ordered this murder, and I think that is the real question. Monaco authorities said immediately that she was not acting alone, given the sophistication of the bomb. And what we discovered in our investigation is that the Interpol notice gave a German cell phone number that was used to book her rental car in Germany, and that number is still being used on Telegram as of yesterday.
Wow.
And the German authorities and Monaco authorities have at least not publicly identified an investigation into the owner of that cell phone, on top of which we sent a reporter to her apartment in Germany, and the neighbor said that she was not living alone. There was a man living with her. So there are definitely accomplices still at large that have not been identified.
I need to pick my jaw off the floor. Have you texted that number?
We have tried, yes, and there is no response.
Okay. And so if we're not getting clues on who the suspect is, what do we know about the tycoon himself?
He is one of Ukraine's wealthiest men, made his money mostly in real estate in his hometown of Dnipro, a big major city in Ukraine. But he's controversial. He gave up his Ukrainian citizenship in 2017. He has a Cypriot passport. We believe he may have another Israeli passport. And he was sanctioned by Ukraine in 2023, allegedly for continued business ties to Russia in Russian-occupied Crimea. And his son was convicted under a plea agreement in April for orchestrating an elaborate phone fraud scam. And now Yermolayev says this phone fraud scam has nothing to do with it, but he insists he has no enemies, but he doesn't know who could be behind it, but he knows that there were others involved besides the 2 Ukrainian men that were arrested.
question. So I get that this is no ordinary tycoon we're dealing with, but Monaco, the playground of the rich, the wealthy around the world, do you think that they might feel less safe there as a result of all of this?
I think that's the real question here. Monaco sells itself as a no low tax regime, but one of its principal selling points is security, and it is one of the most well-policed states, city-states, in the world. It's extensively covered by CCTV, but they now have to account for how a attacker could cross the border and orchestrate this devastating attack and then flee. And I think that's the real question. Can they provide security to its very wealthy residents and make sure that sort of vendettas that happened maybe far away don't come back to haunt them, basically?
It's baffling how this could have happened. I can feel the drama, the documentary writing itself already. Stephanie, thank you so much for bringing us this big take. It's definitely worth a read. It's on the terminal and available at Bloomberg.com as well. That's Bloomberg's Stephanie Baker. Thank you. Well, coming up, we're going to be speaking to Sven Krupp. We'll turn back to Warp's co-CEO of German drone manufacturer Quantum Systems. It's deployed its technology in Ukraine, so don't miss that conversation. Coming up next, this is Bloomberg.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts of the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
Breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Earnings season's underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
Breakout we have all perhaps long awaited, finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto. The people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology. Start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
The conflict in Ukraine has changed the face of war, but a new report from Bloomberg Intelligence says there are still a number of structural issues holding back Europe's defences. Joining us now is Bloomberg Intelligence senior defence analyst Wayne Sanders, a retired colonel who led expeditionary cyber missions for the US Army. Colonel, thank you so much for making time for us this morning. So Ukraine has shown the cutting edge of warfare is changing. Where are we now then?
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me on. So Ukraine has changed warfare from a contest over who owns the best tech to a contest over who can adapt technology the fastest. Europe understands this lesson, but its acquisition systems, fragmented industrial base, and some of the national stovepipes still make it difficult to replicate Ukraine's speed. The U.S. is running into a lot of the same problems because of size and bureaucracy as well, as it's caused problems that they're still right now trying to fix.
And how prominent is the use of AI in this high-tech warfare now?
It's pretty much everywhere. When you look at how they're trying to fix up some of the iteration cycles that are out there right now, the biggest change for Ukraine is right now is not the drone, but it's actually the speed of adaptation. The cycle went from years to days. The soldiers can ID a problem, they can engineer and modify those, they can test, manufacture, and put it back out. So AI plays a lot of playing into this. But not only that, drones, AI, electronic warfare, and cyber all start to come together now. They're no longer these separate battlefields. They're all part of the same kill chain. So when you look at AI's role in GPS-degraded environment, back in the day, if you could jam it, then it wouldn't hit its target. Now AI is helping those machines continue to operate when communications and the GPS become unreliable.
Okay, so it can provide a bit of a backup, it speeds up the war as well. But you say that there are some structural issues holding Europe back when it comes to defence. What are they?
Yeah, Europe doesn't have a spending problem anymore. They've started to address that. What they have is more of a coordination problem. When you have 27 countries buying 27 different solutions, it doesn't automatically create a European military capability. You see two different sides of this. You see it on the European Sky Shield Initiative, or you actually see some positives. You see that it happens when Europe starts to get it right. They aggregate the demand, they agree on the architecture, and then buy interoperable capability at scale. But when you start looking across some of the other programs, you look across air defense, everybody wants to almost shop country by country when they look at that. Europe has world-class defense companies, but shopping country by country changes that dynamic, right? It doesn't reach scalability, and Sky Shield kind of flips that model. If you look at cyber is one of the areas that I had expertise in the past. There are 4 areas where Europe could still work on. One is legal authorities. The U.S. has something called the National Security Presidential Memorandum 13, which enables offensive cyberspace capability as well as delegated forward doctrine for defense. Then you have threat sharing infrastructure that causes you to be able to see common operational pictures for exactly what it is that you're trying to do so you can make better decisions. Then you have your workforce pipeline. The U.S. Cyber Command is kind of our answer for it in the United States, but the National EU Cyber Force could be something that could be looked at so they can do that. And then finally, the tech integration programs. You look at Maven and Scale AI and programs like that. You look at AUKUS Pillar 2 that brings in Australia, the U.S., and UK on emerging technologies. And so companies like Palantir, Scale AI, Booz Allen Hamilton, Leidos for the U.S. partner together with big European companies like Thales, BAE, Leonardo, and Rheinmetall. I think you're going to see a lot of movement in this area specifically as that tech becomes more and more important.
Rain, we're really looking to get your insights on the show this morning. Colonel Sanders there, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Defence Analyst. Thank you. Well, staying on this, joining us now is Sven Kruk, co-CEO of German drone manufacturer Quantum Systems, which has deployed its technology in Ukraine. Sven, really great to have you on as well this morning. You've got a close-up view, literally, of the battlefield. What are the latest developments in Ukraine that we should know about?
I mean, we are now in day of war 1643. We are in the 5th year of war. And what we have seen is that unmanned systems are leading this battlefield. This is a change, and it's all about adaptation, it's all about speed. And I think this is what we have to understand here in Europe, that we have to jump into it, and that we have to switch our spendings into these right directions to defend Europe and to step in for our European sovereignty. If we look on the battlefield, then we see that the attacks, especially in the rear areas, like in the cities of Kiev and also in other cities of Ukraine, increased by the Russians. So the air attacks are really increasing, and that's now at the moment the biggest problem, because the front is stabilized, but also the attacks in the rear areas behind the front line are increasing. But also Ukrainians are increasing their attacks on Moscow, as we know, and also attacking white berries or other economic infrastructure far away from the front line. That's a change what we can see now at the moment.
And has drone policy or how drones are used in Ukraine changed specifically as a consequence of the defense minister being ousted last month?
I don't think so. I think Fedorov really was increasing the direction of how unmanned systems have to be used in the armed forces of Ukraine, but I don't think there's a change of policy. There's still the goal for Ukraine to build up 7 million of unmanned systems this year. For comparison, for Europe, in Russia, they try to use 10 millions. In Europe, I would say, is the European Union together is capable of producing maybe 1 million of unmanned systems. So I can't see any changes. I would say that this increase of policy of doctrines is getting always deeper into the armed forces of Ukraine over the last years, and this, at the end, brings us more unmanned systems to the battlefield. As one example, we are producing our joint venture with Quantum Frontline Industries up to 10,000 copter drones, and we will deliver 2,000 unmanned ground vehicles over the next 2 months. Sorry. This is really a huge number of systems coming from Europe in such a sector.
So can I just ask your opinion of Wes Streeting since he became the UK Defence Secretary, and whether you have signed any contracts in the UK since then?
We have not signed a contract now in this change of the commandership and of this change. We are having contracts also in UK, but our focus is a global approach. So we are really focusing on Germany, on the Nordics, on the Baltics, Spain, Romania, Australia, New Zealand, US. So it's not really specific what is needed. We have to increase the capabilities of unmanned systems all over. But I have not signed any contract yet after this change.
And have you any updates for us on when we can expect you to potentially go public, or a merger perhaps with Stark Defence?
I cannot comment on that on Stark Defence. I can only say an IPO was always a way forward. We finished, as you know, our CSD round and now having a $8 billion valuation. And I think this is maybe a theoretical step we have to think about. We also have to prepare my company about. We are now roughly 2,000 people here in the company. So going IPO is for sure a smart way forward, but we will see what the future brings, and if this is the right way forward, and we will decide this with our investors, with our board, when we do it and if we have to do it.
Okay, Sven, always appreciate your time on Bloomberg. That's Sven Kruk, co-CEO of Quantum Systems. Thank you very much. Well, let's check in on these markets as we wrap up this hour. We are looking at US futures pointing lower, significantly lower when it comes to Nasdaq futures, down 0.5% following the losses that we've seen in tech, both in Europe and in Asia in the session so far. We are looking, though, at the Stock 600 flat to the upside. Treasury yields are lower on the 10-year by 3 basis points at 4.7%. Oil lower today, but keeping a close eye on the Middle East, and also Washington's plan for economic warfare against Tehran. $92 a barrel is where we trade on Brent, and that's where we'll leave you. We'll pass the baton from London to New York. What's up next? It's Bloomberg Brief. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Ferro, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne Marie Ordern every weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Do you mind being called an ideological lunatic or a bunch of left-wing nutjobs?
I've been called worse things than that.
You think she owned the place? 23andMe, I think, is so incredibly valuable. We're coming back. They had that kind of detective story feel to it, when you're out on the trail of something, you know that it's very exciting. What magazines were you reading as a kid? I don't think I was reading magazines until I was in them. You are on the cover of all of these. Oh, and there's many, many more, but we stand outside. Why should people trust you? I don't think anybody should trust any company or entity completely with any of this.
Artificial intelligence is this force that is far bigger than we are.
I want to build better businesses around these brands. The shock will never wear off. So your brother and sister running one of the most powerful companies in the world. When you argue, who wins?
No one.
The way I could see AI being banned or blocked is if something really went wrong. And if something really went wrong, then maybe it deserves to be.
So is it Paradise ahead or Gattaca?
Maybe somewhere in the middle.
，Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romain Bostic, and this is The Close.
Every weekday from 3 to 5 Eastern.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Alim, only on Bloomberg.
一直测试各种白颜料、高光体，最终还真的出来一个很有抽入一次原料质量，绝对是最普及高光工具。但高科技应该从生活第一类生产，还用普通主宰业，经常会导致市占率持续高。那到底有没有一种白色？
It's 5 a.m. in New York City, 10 a.m. in London. Good morning, I'm Bonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for the day. Tech weakness dragging on futures ahead of a busy week of inflation data and Fed Chair Warsh's speech at Jackson Hole. Oil also lower as investors await Treasury Secretary Bessent's remarks on economic measures against Iran today. And Nvidia hints at rising costs ahead of its earnings set for later this week. All right, let's begin in Asia. Let's get a check on markets around the world. Winnie Su is in Hong Kong for the latest there. Winnie.
Good morning, Bonnie. Well, we are seeing Asian stocks falling at the beginning of what is likely going to be a very busy week ahead of the Nvidia earnings that you've mentioned and also Jackson Hole meeting. But from the earnings perspective, it's actually also going to be Asia's busiest week for this quarter, as we have more than 30% of the MSCI Asia companies reporting earnings. Now, today really is about two big companies. One that is Alibaba, seeing shares down about 8.5%, having its worst day since April after the company raised $10 billion in Hong Kong's biggest secondary sales share. Now, that is raising some concerns around potential earnings dilution for the company, but also for the broader market if it's going to drain further market liquidity. That is why you're seeing quite some weakness in the tech stocks in Hong Kong. Now, Flipboard, another area of weakness that we are really seeing is in Samsung Electronics. The company actually announced a shareholder return plan on Friday of as much as $80 billion for this year. But the disappointment is really coming.
There are a ton of iconic locations spread across the entire Resident Evil franchise. Resident Evil 1, you have the Spencer Mansion. Resident Evil 2, the police station, all the way to Resident Evil 7's Baker Estate. But in this video, I want to dive into Resident Evil 4, the original, specifically the first house that you enter in the game. I want to go over this house and explain why its design makes no sense at all. So come with me and go into this house and check it out. Okay, here we are. Now, as we get closer to the house, you can kind of see that nothing really stands out of the ordinary. Looks like a normal home, right? But once we get inside, that's when the real craziness happens. And I'm not talking about the Ganado. Opening the front door, we are greeted with nothing more than a solid wall. Now, at first glance, when you're in the game, you don't really think much of it, but if this were your house, would you like to open your front door and be immediately greeted with a giant wall right in front of your face? I feel like that doesn't have very well feng shui. I don't know about you, but when I'm in my house and I walk through my front door, I don't want to have to turn 90 degrees and go down a hallway. Now, I don't know a lot about old Spanish rural designs for houses, but I will say if this were in America, I don't think people would appreciate this design very well. I mean, to go into your house, you open the front door, and it's just a solid wall makes no sense at all. And what's even crazier is that you have to turn left to go down this long hallway and turn the corner just to be on the other side of this wall where the open floor plan is. It kind of makes you wonder, like, why does this wall even exist? Can you just delete this wall and then just open the front door and have access to your open floor plan? Maybe it's because of the game design wanting to create that eerie atmosphere of opening the front door and not really knowing what you're getting into. It doesn't want to really like spoil the whole interior of the house, so it created this long pathway to kind of build suspense and go around this corner. I guess I can understand that, but if this were in reality, this house design just would not make sense. That's just the first hallway. We're going to move on further into this house and discover much more ways in how this design makes no sense at all. I guess it is a nice place to put your bookshelf if you want to walk in and grab a book on your way into your house. But as you wrap the corner coming in, you'll immediately notice the same exact bookshelf over here. So these people got two giant bookshelves to store like 3 or 4 books on each one. Man, these people must really love reading. Oh, would you look at that? Another shelf with a book. Alright, guess that's the only thing you can do out here. Moving past the multiple bookshelves, we finally enter the common living area, which, to be honest, doesn't have a whole lot to offer here. It is essentially a open dining room area slash kitchen, and by kitchen I mean this fireplace that I can only assume is not only used to keep warm in the winter, but also to cook their food. It's interesting though because the table is set for 2 people here, yet there's only one person that we know of that lives here. Very interesting. Also, I'm not sure what the hell they're cooking in here, but this smells like straight shit. And I'd like to point out the fact that there is absolutely no furniture in this house whatsoever. I mean, aside from the dining room table and the 2 rickety-ass chairs, there's no real place to actually unwind, relax, and enjoy yourself. And screw Las Plagas, I think the real reason why everyone in town is losing their mind is because they're absolutely bored to shit. There's nothing left to do except for read the same old books or murder your family. Ugh, I gotta get the hell out of here. I'm gonna go over here, step by this fireplace, and see if we can find anything else about this place. Ah, that's nice. Now, even though this fireplace is keeping us warm, I can't help but notice that there's an actual skeleton hand in this fire. Now, I never actually noticed this playing the game, but inspecting this house thoroughly, I found this and thought, man, there's a lot more detail in this game than I actually thought. And it kind of insinuates that there's much more here going on than we think. Now, coming through this archway, we do have a set of stairs taking us right upstairs. But before we go up there, we're going to go down this little makeshift hallway and check out a rather disturbing scene. Oh, God. I remember getting to this part when I played Resident Evil 4 for the very first time. And I couldn't help but wonder, what in the hell was going on in this house before Leon showed up? You see a total of 7 different skulls stacked up here, covered in maggots, and flies buzzing all around. And yes, it does smell like shit. But at the same time, I couldn't help but think, who did these skulls actually belong to? Were they other members of this household? Or were they friends or other villagers? And why exactly are they stacked up here, almost like a collection? Some really bizarre stuff going on here, and honestly, I'm done being around it. We're gonna go upstairs and check out that area. Now, if you were expecting there to be an entire second floor to explore up here, you would be very disappointed, because the only thing we get is this little hallway with a table at the end of it with a conveniently placed set of handgun ammo. But hey, I guess the video game's got a video game, right? But what is odd is that there is an entire giant wall blocking off what appears to be the rest of the second floor. Seems to be a running gag in this house, with big-ass walls blocking us off. Because if you take a look at the house from the outside, you do see a window on the upper left-hand side of the upstairs. And given that the roof appears to be slanted, I can only assume that this is an attic area. But there is no way to access it from the inside. It's almost as if this area is blocked off for a reason. Almost like the owner of this house is hiding something. Very strange. And if you come over to the left side of the house, right by where you break this crate to get some goodies, speaking of which, taking this. Anyways, if you look upstairs, you see the exact same window design that you see down here, which on the inside and outside, you can see that it is an actual window. I just find it strange that they actually modeled a 3D window similar to the ones that are downstairs in an area that you cannot access upstairs. But taking a stroll on the other side of the house, you can kind of see that there is what appears to be a window design, but it appears to be flat, like it's 2D, not completely 3D modeled like it is on the other side of the house. It's very strange. It's almost like maybe it was unfinished or they thought about putting a window here but decided against, because on the inside, where this window should be is where the steps is, and there is no window on that other side. Unless this is just how the texture was for these houses. Maybe it was to make it appear that there was a window from far away. I'm not exactly sure. And if you take a look up here, you can see around the corner that there seems to be another window design. But of course, if you look upstairs on the inside, there is nothing there. Ow! Glass everywhere. God damn it, Leon. So as you can see, there are a lot of things about this house that make no sense at all. Its design layout is not functional. It lacks any real furniture. There is no sofa to plop down after a long day of work. There's no bedrooms, no bed to sleep at night, and no bathrooms. Oh, God. I can only imagine how crusty this dude's butt cheeks are. Man. Well, with that said, that's going to be the end of this video. I hope you all enjoyed this little deep dive into the first house you enter in Resident Evil 4. Man. I'm going to end the video here. Yeah, that's it. That's the video. Like and subscribe. See you next time. This is the village of Resident Evil 4. What is arguably the most memorable and iconic location of this entry in the franchise. And in this video, I'm going to be going over this entire location with a fine comb and tell you why I think that the village is kind of weird. Man, as much as I'd like to stay next to this fire and keep warm, I think I'm good. This guy is straight fucked. Let's move on, shall we? To keep things simple for you guys, I'm going to go over each and every location in clockwise rotation. Why did that rhyme? Anyways, that is going to start us off with the barn that is actually only accessible in the Mercenaries mode and not the main game. However, we're not going to let those restrictions stop us, now are we? Let's go ahead and take a peep and see what the inside of the barn looks like in the main game. Well, this was fucking disappointing. Not a whole lot to look at here. I guess that's what you expect in an area that isn't accessible, but it's interesting that the second floor doesn't have a walkway platform to actually walk on. It still has that little walkway on the side. Nothing really fancy here to look at. Well, that was a short and sweet tour of the barn, so let's go ahead and enter one of the very few houses that resides in this village. You know, when first entering this house, I didn't really notice this gigantic pot on the floor right here. Kind of blended in. You know, everything's brown here. But I think this might be their idea of a restroom. Now, don't get me wrong. They could easily go out back and take care of business. But my God, what is in this? You see this shit? It's literally shit. It's shit in a pot. Why? Even though there isn't a whole lot to this house, it's kind of nice if I do say so myself. Oh my God. What the hell was that? I disregard everything I just said. There is one nagging issue about this house that makes no sense. And that's the fact that this house has a total of 2 chimneys. If you don't believe me, you take a look outside. That's right. Here's the first chimney, and here's the second chimney. Now, this would make sense if there was a fireplace on the inside or other heating sources, but the fact that on the inside of this house, there is none of that. 0 fireplaces and 2 chimneys. That, my friend, makes no sense at all. But that is going to do it for this house. We're going to go over next door and check out our neighbor's house and see what we can find. Whoo, baby. Man, they got it nice here. Lots of room down here on the first floor, and yes, there is a set of stairs leading to a second floor. Can't wait to check that out. But staying down here on the first floor, you kind of notice that there really isn't much of a living room setup in these houses. I wonder why. I guess the Ganados just don't believe in that sort of thing. Me personally, I like a nice sofa and a chair to sit in, plop down, lay back, relax, you know, that sort of stuff. But let's move on and check out the rest of the first floor before we head upstairs and check out that area. Wonder what this little tiny window is used for.